Chosen one, something ancient is unfolding, not in the news, not in the noise, but in the quiet corner of your spirit that's been waiting for this exact confirmation. You didn't find this message by scrolling. You were summoned, pulled by a divine appointment written into time before time began. Have you ever felt like the world was moving forward, but something inside you was waiting for a moment that hadn't come until now? That's because this day isn't like the others. It's not random, it's encoded. Something is opening in the unseen, and your name is part of the announcement. The signs were subtle. The timing didn't make sense. The restlessness was holy, not harmful. You've been walking through delays, detours, even deep disappointments, but none of it was punishment. It was preparation. Why does your soul feel like it already knows something your mind hasn't fully caught up with yet? Because today, this very breath you're taking was crafted with intention. Heaven has whispered, "Enough delay," and the supernatural has begun moving on your behalf. To those of you who've supported this mission, especially through super thanks, your faith is fuel. What you've sown is rippling across unseen landscapes. Thank you. You haven't just helped share a message. You've become a living part of its unfolding. Heaven remembers. What if what you've been calling silence was actually divine strategy? What if the very thing you thought was missing was simply being hidden until the appointed hour? If your heart is already pounding, if your spirit feels alert in ways you can't explain, drop 777 in the comments right now. That number is not decoration, it's declaration, a signal to heaven. I see it, I surrender, I step in. You don't need to force what's coming, you just need to be present when it arrives. And today, it has arrived. Could it be that the version of you standing here now is finally ready for what your younger self prayed for in tears? Don't look away, don't minimize this moment, because what's about to be revealed carries weight beyond your imagination. Have you ever wondered why God saved the biggest shift for the day no one expected? You're about to understand why. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. Today was chosen before time. The supernatural has begun. You knew it before it had a name. That undeniable trembling in your spirit wasn't fear, it was prophecy awakening. You've carried this sense for years, haven't you? A strange weight on ordinary days. A silence that somehow felt louder than the world's chaos. Why did the atmosphere grow heavier in moments when no one else seemed to notice? Why did your soul tighten when the world kept moving casually forward? Could it be that what you felt in those quiet hours wasn't anxiety, but the beginning of divine convergence? Today wasn't drawn from coincidence. It was carved into eternity. This hour wasn't scheduled on a calendar. It was encoded into your soul before you ever arrived in time. While others scroll past hours unaware, you're standing at the threshold of something no clock could announce. Before the foundations of the world, a day was sealed in heaven for your alignment with the supernatural. And now it has arrived, not gently, but forcefully, ripping through veils of delay with the hand of God. How many times did you knock on doors that stayed bolted shut? How often did you stretch your faith across closed spaces, begging for something, anything to move? And when nothing happened, did you question your discernment, your timing, your worth? What if those locked doors weren't rejections, but redirections toward what could only be opened by God Himself? This isn't just a breakthrough, this is heaven's unveiling. It's not success, it's revelation. Isaiah 60:22 declares, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." You've been wandering through what looked like barrenness, but it was holy ground under construction. The silence wasn't void, it was volume turned down while the architect finished the foundation. When David faced Goliath, it wasn't a promotion, it was exposure. His private victories with lions and bears became his resume for public warfare. You too have scars from unseen battles, wounds no one applauded but heaven recorded. Your strength wasn't made on platforms but in prayer closets. And now the announcement has come. You're not being introduced, you're being confirmed. The story of Joseph echoes in your bones. Betrayed by blood, sold into shadows, falsely imprisoned, yet every setback became a step. Genesis 50:20 says, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." What tried to bury you became fertilizer for a future only heaven could design. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a German pastor who opposed the Nazi regime, was imprisoned and eventually executed for his faith. While in a cell, he wrote, "Only a suffering God can help." He had no pulpit, no platform, no audience, but his obedience behind bars shook generations to come. His words still ripple through history because they were birthed in surrender, not spotlight. Like you, his anointing wasn't made in visibility, but in holy restraint. Your wilderness is not weakness, it's refinement. Maya, a single mother in an overcrowded city, woke up every day to a job that barely paid for groceries. Her son was battling illness, her rent was behind, but each morning she opened her Bible, whispered, "God, if you're still writing miracles, don't forget this address." No one saw her, no one reposted her, but 3 years later, a doctor who once treated her son remembered her kindness and nominated her for a program that changed their lives forever. Her story became a key that opened funding for other struggling families. She was hidden, but heaven was listening. Your life is moving like the tides pulled by the unseen moon, ordered, rhythmic, and unstoppable. You've crashed against the rocks but still returned with strength. The ocean doesn't apologize for its depth, and neither should you. You are deep because God built you with dimensions too vast for shallow purpose. You didn't miss the moment. You are the moment. What God is releasing now isn't just about you. It's through you. You're not simply entering favor. You're becoming a living invitation for others to believe again. Can you sense the ground shifting? Can you feel heaven exhaling in your direction? Can you recognize that what looked like delay was actually divine choreography? Let the supernatural begin, not from a faraway cloud, but from within you. Let it rise from the same place that once felt abandoned. Let it pour from the very wounds you once tried to hide. Heaven is not distant. It is active, participating, co-laboring. The veil is thin now. The angels are not just watching, they are escorting. And the voice of the Lord is echoing through your being, saying, "You were not late. You were right on time." Let it begin. This is the moment when heaven reveals what divine favor actually looks like. Not the kind that comes in whispers, but the kind that arrives like a trumpet blast across time. You've seen fragments before, haven't you? Moments where unexpected provision fell into place, or a message arrived at the exact second you needed hope. But this isn't a flicker. This is a flood. The lock has turned. The vault has opened. What's being released now isn't incremental. It's transformational. This is not just a shift in circumstances. It's a complete reordering of realms. This day has been marked by God's own hand. You're not entering into help, you're stepping into inheritance. This moment isn't about a favor granted, it's about a position revealed. Your story is no longer being written in pencil, it's being sealed in ink that angels recognize. Can you feel how different the air around you has become? Can you sense that something invisible is now undeniable? Could it be that everything you've suffered was building toward this convergence? Chosen one, this isn't a momentary relief. It's a divine restructure. You've been repositioned in the spirit. You're no longer operating on the old timeline. Earthly clocks no longer command your movement. You've been shifted into kingdom sequence, where what would take years now takes days, and what seemed impossible is simply inevitable. That's why the delays never broke you. They weren't designed to. They were recalibrating your alignment to a supernatural frequency. In this frequency, explanations bow to encounters. In this frequency, your life isn't measured by effort, but by assignment. In this frequency, you don't need to chase rooms, because your name arrives before you do. You don't hustle for favor anymore, you walk in it. You don't prove your worth. It's already been decreed by heaven. When Elijah stood before the prophets of Baal, fire fell, not because he shouted louder, but because he was standing in alignment. 1 Kings 18. You too have been hidden in Mount Carmel moments, waiting, drenched in obedience, while others danced for attention. And now, the fire falls. Not because you performed, but because you believed. Have you noticed how strangely quiet things became before this happened, like a thick stillness settling over your days? That was not abandonment, that was preparation. God was subtracting distractions, quieting the static, tuning your ears to the subtle shift before the storm of glory arrived. Why do you think conversations dried up? Why did certain people fall away without explanation? Why did the world feel muted while your spirit felt like it was vibrating with anticipation? You were not being overlooked. You were being sharpened, trimmed like a lamp for divine fire. Jean Vanier, the Canadian philosopher and founder of the L'Arche communities for people with disabilities, once said, "The cry of the poor is the voice of God." He didn't build his legacy from a stage, but from quiet tables where forgotten souls sat. Vanier didn't shout to the world. He listened to those the world silenced. And in doing so, he uncovered a power that didn't need applause. His impact didn't rise from popularity. It emerged from presence. And just like you, his strength was born in the unseen. Your journey didn't destroy you, it decoded you. Every moment of crying out in the dark shaped the key now in your hand. Every time you refused to give up when hope was threadbare, something eternal was being engraved inside you. And now, those tear-stained prayers, they've transformed into access. What if the pain was never meant to break you, but to birth the code only you could carry? Do you remember Hannah, the woman who wept bitterly before the altar, begging for a child? 1 Samuel 1. She was mocked, misunderstood, mistaken for being drunk. But her silent surrender birthed a prophet, Samuel, who would anoint kings. What if your most desperate cries were not proof of your weakness, but proof of your womb? You will walk into places you've never set foot in, only to realize your name had already arrived before you. Not through effort, not through social circles, not through the typical systems of validation, but through the fingerprint of God on your destiny. You were marked, not marketed. You were chosen, not discovered. An art curator in Florence once shared the story of a woman named Alina. She worked silently as a janitor in the back halls of a museum. She was invisible to most. But what no one knew was that for 10 years, she sketched on napkins during her breaks. One day, a visiting collector dropped his coffee and she helped him clean up. He noticed her sketches. That moment launched an exhibition across Europe. It wasn't promotion by performance. It was purpose, meeting, timing. She didn't network her way in. Destiny opened the door. You are like the glacier forming over centuries. Slow, unnoticed, yet powerful beyond measure. It doesn't crash into existence. It builds with relentless precision until one day it shifts entire landscapes. Could it be that your quiet decades were never dormancy, but divine architecture? Today isn't about small favor. This is seismic. You're not just being given opportunity. You're being revealed as the opportunity. And everything that once made you feel forgotten will now make you unforgettable. This isn't a coincidence. It's not fortune brushing against your life by accident. This is what heaven calls a prophetic appointment, an encounter written into the calendar of eternity, set to activate the moment your inner world matched your divine identity. You may look around and see the same setting, the same walls, the same people, but within you, tectonic plates have shifted. The internal has been reborn, and because of that, the external must now submit. Have you noticed how your prayers sound different lately? Have you sensed how you no longer chase clarity, you carry it? Could it be that the stillness you felt wasn't stagnation, but divine integration? Your posture has changed, not physically but spiritually. You're no longer reaching outward in desperation. You're standing upright in authority. You are no longer the seeker. You've become the signal. Chosen one, you're radiating the frequency of what once ran from you. The very things that used to ignore you are now magnetized to your presence. You've become the gravitational pull in rooms where you were once invisible. This is what it looks like when heaven confirms your becoming. Why was the battle so long, so unrelenting, so sharp in its silence? Because the blessing is weighty. The enemy doesn't aim at what isn't dangerous. Why would hell try to crush what holds no crown? The pressure you felt wasn't to punish you. It was to expand your internal landscape, to make room for something that generations will drink from. When the widow in 2 Kings 4 came to Elisha with nothing but a jar of oil, the instruction wasn't to beg, but to borrow vessels and pour. The oil only stopped when the vessels ran out. Your capacity has been tested in secret, so the overflow can begin in public. What if the reason the pain was so specific was because the anointing you now carry is generational? This is not about leftovers from heaven's table. This is legacy being poured directly into your lap. What's coming will not just meet your needs, it will rewrite the spiritual inheritance of your entire bloodline. And what makes today supernatural isn't flashes of light or angelic songs. It's what's burning inside you. Something that can't be explained is now being awakened. When you walk into a room, atmospheres shift. Not because of what you say, but because of what you embody. What if your silence has become more prophetic than their noise? That's why certain places suddenly felt too small. Why doors you once dreamed of no longer stir your spirit. Why the relationships you clung to suddenly unraveled without warning. You're not shrinking, you're outgrowing. You're not being left, you're being elevated. Could it be that heaven was never pruning your life out of cruelty, but out of clarity? Howard Schultz, the American entrepreneur who turned Starbucks into a global brand, grew up in housing projects and faced rejection at nearly every level. But he once said, "In life, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward." Now, looking back, even the silence makes sense. The closed doors, the private tears, the hidden rehearsals of courage. It all built the container for what you now carry. You are no longer trying to convince anyone. You don't have to audition for places that were always yours. Your breath is a declaration. Your walk is a prophecy. Your scars are evidence of glory earned in private. Even your survival has become strategy for others to follow. What you've endured is now your divine equity. Remember Moses? The one who stuttered, the one who hid in the wilderness for 40 years. When God called him from the burning bush, Exodus 3, he didn't ask Moses to prove himself. He simply said, "I will be with you." Your authority doesn't come from being flawless, it comes from being chosen. Heaven is no longer just promising, it is performing. Miriam, a fiction author from Lisbon, had her first manuscript rejected 29 times. She was told her style was too intense, too spiritual, too mysterious, but she refused to rewrite what God had downloaded. Years later, a major literary journal not only accepted it, they republished her work across multiple languages. She never watered down her message. She just waited for her frequency to be recognized. You are like the sun rising over the horizon. It doesn't scream, it doesn't force, but it pulls the world awake. Can you feel your inner glow rising past old limitations? Can you feel old fears melting as new language begins to form in your spirit? You're not entering rooms as a beggar. You're stepping in as a builder. You're not hoping for acceptance. You've been sent as the answer. The supernatural isn't coming. It's here, and you've arrived with it. You're not just present in this day. You are evidence that this day was preordained. Your authority has now caught up with your anointing. Chosen one, anchor this truth deep in your soul. What God has decreed, no human can dismantle. What heaven authorizes, no delay can revoke. What is written in eternity, time itself must obey. Can the sunrise be postponed by a closed curtain? Can the tide be halted by a whisper? Neither can prophecy be hindered by doubt. This is the weight of the day you're standing in, an irreversible alignment initiated by divine command. You may have felt unseen, irrelevant, bypassed, but what you perceived as invisibility was actually divine surveillance. Heaven didn't miss a moment. Every sigh was recorded. Every hidden act of obedience was logged in the courts of the King. Have you ever wondered why some doors seem permanently shut, no matter how pure your motives were? Could it be because what's opening now needed divine hands, not human permission? You were never just surviving, you were being escorted. Angels walked with you through the silent seasons. Light shadowed your steps when no spotlight did. And today, that light is no longer subtle. It's undeniable. You carry a glow, now that logic can't explain and language can't define. This is what glory does. It marks you in ways the world cannot replicate. People won't be able to articulate what shifted, but they'll feel it in their spirit when you enter the room. Supernatural glory causes stillness, not because of fear, but awe. You're not intimidating. You're interrupting their illusion. You've become living evidence that faith wasn't foolish after all. The truth is, you were never meant to fit. That's why mediocrity made your skin itch. That's why shallow spaces felt suffocating. Common paths couldn't carry you because your assignment was never common. Did you notice how silence became your teacher? How obscurity refined your edges? Why didn't anyone understand the fire in you? Why did your obedience often look like rebellion? Because heaven was writing a story no one around you could read. You walked when you couldn't see. You believed when it cost you comfort. And now, just as Abraham was counted righteous because he believed God, Romans 4:3, you too are stepping into the reward of blind trust. The supernatural is not a surprise to those who waited in darkness with unwavering hope. When Esther stood before the king uninvited, Esther 5, she didn't walk in hoping for luck. She stepped into prophecy. Her preparation met her moment, and now so does yours. What you carry is not just deliverance for you, it's breakthrough for others. Could it be that your pain wasn't personal? It was intercessory. Henri Nouwen, the Dutch Catholic priest and author, once wrote, "The spiritual life does not remove us from the world, but leads us deeper into it." He lived most of his later years in a community of people with disabilities, not preaching at them, but living among them. He chose humility over prestige, and in doing so carried more supernatural peace than many pulpits ever produced. His glow wasn't stage-lit, it was soul-lit, just like yours. Anaïs, a middle-aged baker from Marseille, spent 20 years working before dawn, kneading dough in silence. Every morning she whispered prayers into her hands. She gave free bread to strangers. She wept quietly behind the oven when life got too heavy. One day, an international food journalist, stranded by a cancelled train, stumbled into her shop. What began as an interview about croissants became a viral feature called "The Hidden Heart of France." Her faithfulness fed the world, and the world finally took notice. You are the river that kept flowing underground, unseen but steady, until it bursts into the open, reshaping every path in its wake. Who can deny the evidence of water when the land begins to bloom? This is not the end. This is the crossing point. You are walking from the waiting into the walking, from the prayer into the presence, from the unknown into the undeniable. What once happened in whispers is now echoing in halls you were once barred from. Your name will be spoken in honor where it was once mocked in absence. Do you realize that your current step is the fulfillment of what used to be agony? And those who doubted you, they won't just see the shift, they'll witness the unveiling. Could it be that your greatest vindication won't be in words, but in visibility? Could it be that the silence was not abandonment, but sacred preparation? Chosen one, this isn't the finale. This is the threshold, and you're not limping across it, you're glowing into it. Stay anchored now more than ever. This is not the season to apologize for your expansion. This is not the moment to shrink so others don't feel small. Do you really think God shaped you through storms so you could sit quietly in the corner? Do you think heaven trained you in shadows just to have you dim your light when the door finally opens? Chosen one, you are rising by decree, not by coincidence, not by compromise, but by divine appointment. God has spoken, and his word does not echo in vain. As Isaiah 55:11 declares, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty." You are that word in motion. You are prophecy fulfilled in human form. You are the living contradiction to what statistics said should have taken you out. You are the embodiment of what it means when heaven interferes with earth. Stay awake. The signs are multiplying, and they're not random. That unexpected phone call, that person you haven't spoken to in years suddenly reaching out, that opportunity that looks too perfect to be real. These are not coincidences, they're confirmations. They are divine breadcrumbs leading you into rooms you didn't apply for and blessings you couldn't bargain for. Are you watching closely? Can you feel the rhythm shifting? Could it be that God has been preparing this moment not just for you, but for who you were always becoming? Divine connections are forming. Conversations will come wrapped in mystery. Resolutions will come quicker than logic allows. And every encounter will carry a message. You have arrived. Not arrived in pride, but in prophetic precision. You're no longer standing on cracked ground. The old version of you wouldn't have survived what's about to be poured out. That version needed to dissolve. What has emerged now is a version heaven recognizes. A vessel wide enough to carry legacy and deep enough to hold glory. You're not being gifted miracles. You're being trusted with them. Do you remember when Gideon thought he was too small, too insignificant to lead? But in Judges 6, the angel didn't call him weak. He called him mighty warrior. Heaven never mirrors your insecurity. It names your potential. You've now stepped into the version of you that aligns with what heaven has always seen. Why do you think certain people no longer respond? Why do former spaces feel foreign? Why do the things you used to chase now seem beneath you? That's not arrogance, that's growth. The version of you that begged for scraps has died. You've been upgraded, rewritten, resurrected into clarity. Corrie ten Boom, the Dutch Christian who helped hide Jews during the Holocaust, once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." She endured prison, persecution, and unspeakable grief, but never lost her spiritual posture. She emerged from the ashes not bitter, but burning with truth. You too have come through your fire refined, not reduced. You haven't just survived, you've been sanctified. Micah, a craftsman in a remote village in Norway, spent years carving wooden prayer crosses that no one seemed to buy. He gave them to grieving strangers, to war widows, to orphaned children. Then one day, a photographer on retreat captured his face and his story. It spread across nations. Orders poured in, not for the crosses, but for the anointing they carried. He never built a brand. he built an altar. His obscurity birthed global ministry. You are like volcanic rock, once molten under pressure, now solid and immovable. The fire didn't break you, it changed your very composition. What once tried to burn you became the very proof that you're built for the eternal. And that isolation, that wasn't punishment, it was holy retuning. Your frequency was never meant to blend in. You were always meant to stand out, not by volume, but by vibration. Your presence now disrupts old patterns. Your clarity now exposes confusion. Your faith now creates friction in rooms that used to tolerate your silence. So now, as this supernatural day stretches out before you, understand this. Everything is being rearranged, not because the world suddenly decided to favor you, but because you have aligned. The people, the timing, the provision, they're all responding to who you've become. Can you receive that? Can you walk in that? Can you carry that without apology? This is not just opportunity. This is inheritance. This is not just change. This is convergence. This is not just your moment, it's your mantle. Now, when your voice is released, it doesn't echo like it used to. It resonates. There's a frequency embedded in your speech that didn't come from education or charisma. It came from survival. What you carry now is weight. Weight formed in silence. Weight earned in fire. Weight refined in surrender. Your presence alone carries evidence of obedience, of the unseen victories that never made headlines, of favor that was forged, not fabricated. And the world senses it. The shift in how rooms receive you is not in your posture, it's in your essence. You've become a signal in the spirit. That's why you'll start noticing strange responses, closed spaces opening, accelerated progress where once there were barricades. How could these things be happening now so effortlessly? Could it be that resistance has bowed because heaven has made its verdict? Don't be startled when systems shift around you. Don't be alarmed when opportunities multiply in ways that defy your resume. This is not merit, it's mercy. This isn't hustle, it's heaven. For when God decides, everything in creation begins to bend toward that decision. As Psalm 33 verse 9 reminds us, for he spoke and it came to be. He commanded and it stood firm. That's the law now operating in your life. Heaven has spoken, and what was once chaos must now submit to divine command. Could it be that even nature is aligning with what you carry? Could it be that what once ignored your effort is now responding to your essence? The reason the warfare was so heavy is because the weight of your assignment required anchoring. You weren't weak, you were being weighed. What if the difficulty wasn't punishment but protection? What if every delay you cried over was heaven insulating your arrival? You weren't ready back then. You didn't yet have the roots to hold what was growing. If the light had come too soon, it would have scorched you. If the doors had opened prematurely, your visibility would have outpaced your integrity. But now, your roots match your reach. Your depth finally reflects your destiny. When Joseph was promoted from prison to palace, Genesis 41, it wasn't because Pharaoh liked him, it was because heaven had prepared him. The dream wasn't fulfilled the day he received the vision. It was fulfilled the day his heart was ready to carry it. And so it is with you. After introducing the Egyptian famine plan, Joseph didn't just survive, he saved nations. His interpretation wasn't random. It was matured through betrayal, delay, and deep intimacy with God. So too, the interpretation you now carry for this moment didn't appear overnight. It was formed in 1997. Lucille Clifton, the celebrated African-American poet and educator, once said, "What they call you is one thing. What you answer to is something else." She wrote through sickness, racism, and personal tragedy. Yet her pen birthed worlds that reshaped American literature. She wasn't loud, she was luminous. Her poetry glowed with divine residue, and when she entered a room, the vibration shifted. What made her work so timeless wasn't just style, It was spiritual authority. Likewise, what you release now won't just be creative, it will be catalytic. The sound of your obedience will ripple far beyond your current audience. From a quiet town in coastal Greece, a young girl named Kira spent her adolescence sketching visions in the sand by moonlight. Her family dismissed them as nonsense, but she felt compelled to return night after night. Years later, her sand sketches would inspire an architect who came across her journalized drawings. Entire healing centers were built based on her childhood visions. Her quiet persistence opened blueprints the world didn't even know it needed. As the landscape shifts beneath your feet, consider the behavior of certain trees. After a lightning strike, some species activate dormant seeds buried beneath the Earth's surface. Seeds that only awaken under fire. These trees don't perish, they awaken what was hidden. In much the same way, your storm wasn't destruction, it was divine activation. Can you see the pattern now? Can you feel the veil lifting? Can you trace the line from your weeping to your wisdom? Could it be that what was once confusing has now become revelation? That the silence was not a void, but an incubation? You are not wandering anymore. You're walking in alignment. You are not waiting for light. You are carrying it. And that clarity, that unapologetic, fire-tested certainty, is what makes the supernatural flow through you with such fierce authority. The truth is, the call on your life has always been loud in heaven, even when it felt silent on earth. But now, something seismic has happened. The calling and the timing have collided. This is why today feels weighty. This is why your breath feels deeper and your spirit more focused. It's not just that you've grown, it's that heaven has chosen to unveil what has been hidden inside you all along. Can you feel the shift in the atmosphere around your life? Could it be that what once felt delayed was simply waiting for this moment of convergence? What if this isn't about personal success, but global significance? This isn't just your chapter. This is the unveiling of a divine strategy that was forming beneath every scar, behind every closed door. You are no longer just a character in your story. You are becoming the canvas where heaven paints its next masterpiece. Not for applause, but for impact. What you've endured is now evidence. What you've carried in secret is about to be displayed in power. And when divine strategy reveals itself, it cannot be denied. Those who once mocked your vision will now marvel at your clarity, not because you explained it better, but because your peace makes the noise, because your eyes reflect a world others haven't seen, because your steps seem to move in rhythm with something higher. There's something unshakable about you now, isn't there? Something settled, something eternal, a wisdom that flows like prophecy, a joy that isn't breakable, a confidence that doesn't shout but silences rooms. What changed? You did. Not emotionally, but spiritually. You've become a carrier of the supernatural. When Daniel was placed in Babylon, Daniel 6, surrounded by systems that tried to rename and repurpose him, he didn't blend in, he ascended. Why? Because the favor on his life was stronger than the pressure to conform. His clarity came from consistency. His authority came from intimacy. And his reward came from persistence. So too, your favor isn't random, it's residue from devotion. Alicia Keys, a globally known singer, pianist, and activist, once said in an interview, "Everything I need, I already have inside me." She wasn't talking about ego, she was describing inner authority. That same truth is now manifesting in you. You're no longer performing, you're remembering, you're no longer chasing, you're radiating, and people can feel it. From a small mountainside town in Ecuador, a woman named Camilla ran a modest apiary with only 6 hives. Her honey was never branded, no labels, no barcodes, but every person who tasted it testified of healing, of peace, of sleep restored, of skin diseases cleared. Eventually, word spread. She was invited to speak, Not about business, but about process, about stillness, about how bees listen to the rhythm of the sun. Her discipline became her revelation. What if what you've been faithful with in obscurity is now preparing to echo across nations? What if your hidden consistency is about to go public in holy proportion? Even the earth has its way of honoring emergence. In Iceland, there are regions where long dormant volcanoes suddenly erupt. Not violently, but gloriously. Lava flows like golden rivers across black rock. The silence before was not death. It was build-up. In much the same way, what you've carried has reached pressure point. You're not exploding, you're expanding. You're not imagining this acceleration. It's ordained. This isn't adrenaline, it's anointing. This isn't hype, it's holy momentum. Why are things speeding up? Because you've been cleared for launch. Could it be that what once required exhausting effort is now moving because you're aligned? Doors open now, not because you knock, but because you arrive. Resources find you, conversations find you, destiny recognizes you. You are not forcing outcomes, you are flowing in them. The wind has changed, and you're not chasing it. You're being carried by it. You've stepped into a realm where everything is pregnant with purpose. Every delay was divine gestation. Every no was a sacred redirection. Every silence was a whisper from the Spirit. Can you see now that you didn't lose time? You gained capacity. That what felt like waiting was actually weight training for the soul. What if the confusion was never meant to be resolved, but to be transcended? What if your understanding is no longer limited by answers, but shaped by discernment? And here's the most liberating part. You don't have to explain it. You don't need everyone to understand it. Your walk is the witness. Your posture is the proof. Your endurance is the sermon. So just walk. Let your rhythm become revelation. Let your stillness become strategy. Chosen one, this is not where the story ends. It's where visibility begins. The supernatural is not only upon you, it is flowing through you, and every step you take now becomes prophecy fulfilled. This is a day where divine timing has overruled human preparation. It's the moment when heaven's precision silences your previous panic. What you once tried to build by force is now being released by flow. The plans you once held tightly are unraveling, not to fall apart, but to make room for something more exact than you could have ever imagined. Have you started noticing how things that once felt delayed now seem right on time? Chosen one, heaven has never been obligated to honor your calendar. God isn't committed to speed. He's committed to strategy, and strategy always includes timing. Sometimes the delay is divine because the destination requires alignment at the molecular level. Could it be that the reason you felt confusion for so long was because something too precise for logic was being arranged in your favor? You've just walked into that moment, the click, the alignment, the sudden awareness that this time isn't like the last time. This time, something feels settled. Why does it feel like peace has taken root, even in the unknown? Why does your spirit feel anchored even as your surroundings change? That's because you're no longer operating out of lack or fear. You're moving from conviction, from clarity, from calling. Trust that pull you feel in your chest, that tug towards something massive, that whisper saying, "It's real this time." That's not emotional hype. That's prophetic agreement. Your discernment has matured. Your heart no longer confuses movement with momentum. Now you're grounded. Grounded doesn't mean still. It means stable. It means you move from a place of knowing, not chasing. When Jesus told his disciples in John 16:13, "When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all truth," he wasn't referring to goosebumps. He was referring to moments like this, when your spirit discerns what your eyes haven't seen yet. You know what you know, and that knowing is what makes you immovable. Expect things to shift, radically. But don't panic. Not every disruption is demonic. Some are divine upgrades in disguise. A door closing might be a redirection, not a rejection. Could the chaos you're encountering be the reshuffling of heaven's deck? Could it be that the people walking away weren't part of the design, but part of the delay? You're learning to pivot now without losing peace. You're discovering that trust doesn't require full visibility. It just requires full surrender. And the greatest evidence of maturity in this moment is not in how much you do, it's in how well you yield. When Ruth followed Naomi into Bethlehem, Ruth 1, she had no map, no promise, no plan, just a pull, and that pull positioned her into the very bloodline of the Messiah. She didn't know she was walking into destiny, but heaven did. That same pull you feel, it's not random, it's covenant. As a transition into real-life brilliance, consider Jane Goodall, the primatologist who pioneered animal behavioral science. She once said, "What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make." She stepped into uncharted territory with no scientific degree, yet her humility and deep listening changed how the world understands life. You don't need to be loud when your presence radiates wisdom. Just as her silent observation birthed global revelation, your very existence is beginning to unlock understanding for those around you. In a quiet apartment above a laundromat in Warsaw, a man named Thomas kept journals for 27 years. He never posted them, never tried to publish, but he prayed over each page. His grandchildren found those journals and discovered that almost everything written matched timelines of major events in their nation. Now translated and preserved, they have become tools of national restoration and personal healing for thousands. Sometimes the unseen faithful are the ones God uses to shift entire regions. There are moments in nature that mimic what you're walking through now. On the African plains, there's a species of cactus that blooms only once every several years, overnight and in silence. No fanfare, no audience. But when it does, the fragrance is so powerful it travels across miles. This is your blooming hour, not dramatic, but undeniable. What you feel now is not emotional, it's spiritual alignment. What you're entering isn't busyness, it's divine flow. Why are conversations getting deeper? Why are offers coming without your effort? Why are strangers confirming what you prayed in private? Because heaven is now taking the lead. Could it be that God was never preparing the world for you, but preparing you for this moment? You've stepped into a realm where every breath holds meaning. Every conversation is an instruction. Every pause is a prompt. And every delay you once cried over has now become capacity for what's being poured. You won't need to post your progress. You won't have to argue your calling. Your walk will become the confirmation. Your joy will become a compass. Your peace will speak a language more powerful than persuasion. Chosen one, you are now a lighthouse. You no longer chase storms. You anchor others through them. Your stillness becomes guidance. Your steps are sermons, and the ones who once questioned whether God still moves, they'll find their answer in your life. So, don't hide now. Don't shrink back just when you were born to rise. This is not the hour to apologize for what God has chosen to reveal. Why would you downplay what heaven is finally showcasing? Why silence the sound of breakthrough just to comfort the ears of unbelief? You are not being arrogant. You are being accurate. You are not boasting. You are bearing witness. Chosen one, your life has become the proof that obedience isn't wasted, that faith is not fantasy, that trust in the unseen eventually transforms into tangible victory. Can you accept that you are now a walking testimony? Can you walk in the tension of being blessed and still broken for others? This is no longer about surviving. This is about stewarding. You're not just being blessed, you're becoming a blessing. Your life now carries the scent of supernatural fire. You're not hoping for favor, you're hosting it. Every step you take now testifies of grace earned through endurance. And yes, some will stare, some will criticize, but more will be drawn to the light you've been entrusted to carry. This is not the time to shrink. It is the time to shine, not by force, but by faith, not in competition, but in covenant. When Peter walked on water in Matthew 14, he didn't walk because the water was stable. He walked because his eyes were locked on Jesus. He sank the moment he gave attention to the storm. What if this next season requires you to stop explaining your glow and simply maintain your gaze? Brené Brown, a research professor and best-selling author known for her work on vulnerability and courage, once said, "Don't shrink, don't puff up, just stand your sacred ground." That's exactly what you're being called to do. No more hiding, no more minimizing, no more fitting into spaces you were designed to expand. Across a small island in Indonesia, a young teacher named Leon spent a decade tutoring children for free under a banyan tree. No stage, no internet, but every child that passed through her lessons rose to positions of influence. Doctors, policymakers, educators. When asked how she did it, she simply said, "I didn't teach them what to memorize. I taught them who they were." Your legacy, too, is in the unseen investments you've made in sacred spaces. In the natural world, there are butterflies that migrate thousands of miles without guidance or map. They are drawn by magnetic fields and sunlight patterns invisible to the naked eye, and yet they arrive at their destination with precision. That's the kind of navigation now activated in you. You're no longer walking by what you see, you're being pulled by what your spirit knows. The veil is thin now. You feel it, don't you? That strange closeness between what you've prayed for and what you're about to hold. Can you sense how near breakthrough truly is? Could it be that your waiting was not in vain, but strategic? That your wilderness was not abandonment, but incubation? From this moment on, live differently. Don't just remember this day, be marked by it. Let it shift your speech. Let it reset your posture. Let it raise your expectations. You're not walking blind. You're walking prophetic. You're not groping in the dark. You're glowing in alignment. You're not pleading for direction. You're anchored in design. Speak as if the door is already open. Walk as if you're already carrying the mantle. Declare as if the heavens are already backing your steps. Because in God's eyes, they are. You are no longer separated from your promise. You are walking inside of it. This is not a season of striving. It's a season of receiving. This is the crossing point, the shift from hoping into holding, the transition from praying into possessing. What once seemed unreachable is now responding to your arrival. Could it be that what you used to chase is now chasing you? The resources, the relationships, the revelation. They're not just showing up randomly. They're responding to your glow. You are radiant because you've been refined. You are favored because you remained faithful. You are not who you were. You are not where you were, and you never will be again. This is your crossover, and the supernatural is now your atmosphere. What begins now won't fade like a passing feeling. It won't rise like emotion and fall like exhaustion. It's not a spike of inspiration. It's the beginning of a supernatural rhythm, a frequency that heaven has fine-tuned just for you. This isn't about hype. This is holy habitation. Your thoughts are no longer cluttered by confusion. Your vision has sharpened. Your dreams have expanded. Your voice now carries conviction not borrowed from books, but breathed in prayer. Have you noticed the clarity, the calm, the courage that wasn't there before? That's not performance. That's reprogramming. Heaven is rewriting your internal system in real time, and your soul is finally syncing with your original design. And the best part, you don't have to force any of it. You're not striving, you're surrendering, you're not chasing, you're aligning. This isn't something you achieve, it's something you receive. Could it be that the peace you feel is not weakness, but divine evidence that heaven is handling what once overwhelmed you? The key now is to remain in position, remain available, remain present. Just as a branch doesn't strive to bear fruit, but stays connected to the vine, John 15:5, so too your fruitfulness will flow from intimacy, not effort. The supernatural isn't governed by the logic of men. It's not dependent on approval, connections, or consistency in the flesh. It flows where alignment is found, and now you're seeing that with your own eyes. Doors opening before you knock, help showing up without your call, favor forming in atmospheres you once feared. Chosen one, this is the threshold where the invisible becomes undeniable. What's been forming in the hidden chambers of your life is now beginning to press through the surface. It's not just breakthrough, it's birthing. And not just around you, but within you. Can you feel the difference in your mind, in your emotional responses, in your discernment? Can you sense how heaven has touched your instincts? When Samuel first heard the voice of the Lord as a boy, 1 Samuel 3, he didn't understand what was happening. He had to be taught how to respond. But once he learned to say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," his entire trajectory changed. So it is with you. You've learned to recognize the sound of God, and now the response is ready to flow through your entire life. Have you ever wondered why certain fears no longer carry the same weight? Why old insecurities no longer echo? Why you walk into familiar places and feel completely different? It's not ego, it's awareness. It's what happens when your inner compass recalibrates to truth instead of trauma. As a modern reflection, Nobel Prize-winning physicist Marie Curie once said, "Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood." Though she was once overlooked and underestimated, her relentless pursuit of the unseen led to discoveries that changed the course of human knowledge. She didn't shout her power, she lived it, and that quiet, focused authority reshaped science forever. So too, your silent obedience is about to speak louder than any title. In a small village in Morocco, a woman named Salima cultivated rare herbs without ever stepping foot beyond her land. She studied the cycles of the moon, the movement of shadows, the timing of birdsong. Her tinctures healed generations quietly. One day, a doctor traveling through her region fell ill. Her care saved his life, and he later built a health institute bearing her name. She never chased fame. She followed rhythm. Her alignment with heaven's design brought restoration to thousands. There are natural signs all around you that mirror this spiritual emergence. In deep Arctic waters, there are bioluminescent fish that begin to glow only when they rise into specific depths. They live in darkness but shine in pressure. You, too, have been glowing in secret. And now, because the conditions are right, the light in you can no longer be hidden. This is the moment where your decisions begin flowing from divine wisdom, not survival instinct. You don't respond to pressure the same way. You don't fear uncertainty the way you used to. Why? Because you're not walking through life trying to survive anymore. You're walking like someone who knows they've been sent. Can you own that truth? Can you wear the mantle that was always meant for you? Can you carry your breakthrough without apology? Your awareness is your elevation. Your vision is your authority. Your inner stability is your spiritual currency now. And everything you once questioned is starting to make sense, not because life is easier, but because your eyes are finally open. Chosen one, you will no longer ask, "Is this real?" You will say, "I was born for this." Chosen one, what you're sensing right now is not imagination, it's confirmation. That steady calm beneath the noise, that sharpened clarity behind your eyes, that sense of "this is different now," that's heaven validating that you're in divine alignment. It may not look like much has shifted on the outside yet, but you've been radically transformed from the inside out. What if this peace isn't a pause, but a precursor? Could it be that your soul is feeling settled because heaven is already rearranging what you're about to step into? Could the silence be sacred, not empty, but loaded with coming evidence. Even if the room hasn't changed, your presence in it has. You're carrying something that can no longer be hidden, and soon the external will catch up with the internal. The physical will reflect the spiritual, because what has been roaring in your spirit is about to echo into the world. You've become a disruption to stagnancy, an interruption to small thinking, a contradiction to delay. Systems that used to cage you no longer recognize your signature, and that's why people you once resonated with now feel distant. Why places that once felt like home now feel too small. Why rhythms that used to comfort now feel constricting. It's not that something is wrong with you, it's that something has been awakened in you, and now you can't go back. How can a butterfly fit inside its old cocoon? How can light apologize for its brightness? You've been spiritually upgraded, and the atmosphere is responding accordingly. When Jesus raised Lazarus in John 11, he didn't just resurrect a man, he disrupted an entire village. The resurrection wasn't private. It caused a chain reaction. The same is happening with you. You're not just rising. You're shaking the ground you rise upon. Your frequency has changed. What used to resonate no longer feels aligned. Have you noticed how quickly your spirit rejects old patterns? How fast you outgrow old conversations? How uncomfortable compromise has become? That's the sign of someone who has outlived their former self. Award-winning fashion designer and creative visionary Virgil Abloh, the first black artistic director at Louis Vuitton, once shared, "The idea isn't about breaking the system, it's about reshaping it from within." His ascent wasn't fueled by rebellion, but by identity. He walked into historic institutions with quiet authority and left a lasting impact by simply refusing to shrink. Like you, his influence wasn't loud, but it was undeniable. And in the quiet fields of northern Scotland, a man named Fraser began planting trees in a barren valley, long forgotten. Each year, people told him it would never become a forest. But he kept planting, kept speaking life to soil others abandoned. 30 years later, the trees he sowed now cool the region, restore wildlife, and prevent erosion. His name is still unknown to most, but heaven calls it legacy. There are certain rivers deep in the earth that move in silence for centuries before ever breaking through the surface. They don't ask for permission, they don't follow human timelines, but once they emerge, they carve canyons, shift ecosystems, and nourish everything in their path. This is the kind of emergence you're stepping into. What used to take 10 years will now unfold in 10 weeks. What once felt unreachable is now stretching out its hand toward you. What you used to strive for is now being drawn to you by spiritual gravity. You've been caught in the current of divine acceleration. Could it be that the doors weren't locked? They were waiting for you to grow into your authority. Could it be that you're not late? You've just arrived at the speed of revelation. What if heaven had already written your name on the rooms you used to knock on? What if favor isn't random? It's recognizing what's been hidden inside of you all along. You're no longer forcing your way into places. You're flowing into promises. You're not chasing approval. You're embodying fulfillment. The ground is recognizing you. People are feeling the shift. Environments are bending to accommodate what's now active in your spirit. Chosen one, the day isn't coming. It's here. And you're not entering as a stranger. You're arriving as the one this moment was designed for. Chosen one, the resistance has done its job. The pain had a purpose. The delay had a reason. What tried to hold you back has now become the force that pushed you forward. Every closed door refined your focus. Every disappointment redirected your pace. The resistance was never punishment, it was preparation. And now the release has begun. Can you sense it in the atmosphere? That thin veil between spiritual revelation and physical manifestation. Could it be that what you once wrestled to believe, you now simply walk in? Could it be that heaven was never withholding, but waiting for your maturity to match your mantle? The signs will increase now. You'll dream with accuracy. You'll speak with weight. You'll enter rooms and sense atmospheres before anyone utters a word. What once felt random will begin to form patterns. This isn't coincidence, it's calibration. You're no longer speculating, you're sensing, and your senses are refined because they've been trained through the fires of discernment. This isn't just a shift in your day, it's a shift in your dimension. You've stepped into a new realm, a realm where your presence opens portals, where your voice releases ripples in the unseen, where your obedience activates alignments. You're no longer the vessel trying to carry glory. You've become the instrument through which glory flows. When the woman with the issue of blood touched Jesus' garment, Mark 5:25-34, she didn't speak, she didn't plead, she simply aligned, and power flowed, not because she demanded it, but because faith created a direct connection. You're entering that level of flow. You're no longer begging, you're accessing. You don't have to shout. Your belief already breaks atmospheres. From the realm of innovation and quiet courage, Fred Rogers, host of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, once shared, "I believe that appreciation is a holy thing, that when we look for what's best in people, we're doing what God does." His presence never demanded attention, but it shifted generations. His silence spoke. His gentleness challenged chaos. You too are beginning to speak not with volume, but with presence. Not with spectacle, but with sacred stillness. In a quiet port town near Dubrovnik, an old man named Marek spent decades weaving wool blankets by hand. He refused machinery, said each knot carried a prayer. At first he was ridiculed for his wasteful methods. But years later, during a harsh winter, those same blankets kept hundreds alive, woven with both warmth and intercession. His devotion outlived the doubt. His quiet became salvation. There's a rare flower in the Andes Mountains that only blooms after being exposed to frost. It doesn't die in cold. It awakens. It responds not to sunshine, but to pressure. In the same way, your awakening came not through applause, but through adversity. What once made you tremble now activates you. Have you realized how quickly you can spot distractions now? How your inner radar vibrates when something feels off? Could it be that spiritual maturity is no longer something you admire, but something you embody? You're not guessing anymore. You're guided. You're not uncertain. You're unwavering. You're not desperate for crowds. You're loyal to calling. You're not seeking validation. You're being chased by vision. What once drained you now reveals itself immediately. What once confused you now glows with clarity. Your discernment isn't just spiritual, it's surgical. You don't need to convince anyone of your anointing. You don't need to campaign for understanding. The days of trying to explain why you feel different are over. Heaven has already declared, this one is ready. The verdict has been sealed, and that is enough. Isaiah 61:3 speaks of those to whom God gives a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. You are now wearing that garment, and it shows. It flows through your steps, your eyes, your presence. You're not loud, but your stillness thunders. You're not flashy, but your glow is magnetic. Your life no longer needs a stage. It's become the sanctuary. The favor that follows you is not based on your striving. It's the echo of heaven's decision. Chosen one, you have become the evidence, not just of endurance, but of evolution. And this is still only the beginning. This is what being chosen actually feels like. Not always loud, but always undeniable. Not always accompanied by thunder, but always wrapped in weight. You don't always hear the trumpet, but you feel the tremble. It doesn't always arrive in fireworks, but it always alters the atmosphere. Chosen one, this is not a fleeting emotional high. This is a permanent spiritual turning point. Why is your breath deeper now? Why do your thoughts sound like prophecy, not panic? Why does your inner world feel untouchable, even while the world spins wildly around you? Could it be that you finally stepped into what's been waiting for you all along? Could it be that what you called breakthrough is really remembrance of what heaven already saw in you? Don't overthink this moment. Don't wait for the applause before you own the authority. Don't silence your fire to fit the room. Don't dim your design just because others haven't adjusted to your glow. You weren't called to convince, only to carry. The supernatural doesn't seek validation. It declares identity. It doesn't wait for permission. It manifests by decree, and so must you. You've played small long enough. You've spent enough seasons explaining your heart, softening your strength, and hiding your oil. But this moment requires expansion, not from pride, but from purpose. Do you realize how many prayers have depended on your obedience? How many lives are tied to your alignment? Could it be that your breakthrough is the blueprint for someone else's belief? When Moses came down from Mount Sinai, his face radiated with glory. Exodus 34:29. He didn't have to preach. His presence did. He didn't have to convince Israel he had been with God. The glow proved it. You're entering that season now, where your stillness says more than speeches, and your posture proclaims what your words cannot. From the world of modern diplomacy and justice, Brian Stevenson, lawyer and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, once shared, "Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done." He defends the voiceless, the condemned, the forgotten, not by rage but by relentless grace. He moves with purpose because he believes in dignity. In the same way, you're no longer operating from defense. You're walking in divine authority. Not reaction, but restoration. In the hills of southern Kenya, a girl named Mirembe built wind turbines using scrap metal and prayers. No one taught her. No one sponsored her, but she studied the sky, the wind, and the word. By 17, she powered 3 villages. Her answer to every question was the same. God said yes. You too have been saying yes for years, quietly. Now heaven is saying yes to you, publicly. There are trees that only release their seeds through fire, not by pruning, not by watering, but by intense, engulfing heat. It is the fire that activates the next generation. You too have been scorched by warfare, not to be destroyed, but to be seeded for expansion. What looked like ruin was really replanting. People will ask how you did it, how you remained when others retreated, how you still smiled when grief tried to silence you, how you navigated the storm and emerged stronger. What will you say? Will you point to degrees, to strategy, or will you simply say, God decided? Because deep down you know it wasn't connections, it wasn't hustle, it wasn't manipulation, it was grace. Uncontainable, unshakable, unstoppable grace. You've carried this power for years. You've prayed in silence while others performed. You've wept in corners while others celebrated. But all along the supernatural was incubating inside you. It didn't just find you. It waited for you. It watched as you passed the tests no one saw. It took note of the moments you chose worship over worry, sacrifice over spotlight. You didn't stumble into this moment. You survived into it. The miracle was always in your field. You just needed time to see it bloom. That's why the battle was so violent. That's why the silence felt unbearable. Hell saw this day long before you did. It tried to break you before you became unstoppable. Could it be that every dark season was a failed attempt to stop what's now surging through you? Now that you've crossed into this awareness, this knowing, you'll never beg again. You'll never shrink to be accepted. You'll never barter with insecurity to earn affection. Could it be that your warfare was never about your past, but about blocking your revelation? Because now you know. You were never weak. You were never lost. You were never disqualified. You were always chosen. Because today your spirit didn't just rise, it was recognized. Heaven didn't just mark you, it unveiled you. There's a fire now moving through your breath, a calm thundering in your chest, a clarity in your steps that can't be manufactured. You're not guessing anymore. You're governing. You're not reaching. You're releasing. And that shift, chosen one, is irreversible. How do you explain this glow to those who never saw your ashes? How do you share the miracle when all they remember is the mourning? Can you even put words to the weight of walking in what once only lived in your prayers? Why do you feel both grounded and weightless all at once? Could it be that you've entered the realm where obedience becomes oxygen? There will be moments ahead when the glory feels overwhelming, not because it's too heavy, but because it's so holy. When the presence of God rests upon you, you'll find yourself trembling in quiet rooms, weeping without pain, and laughing with no obvious reason. You'll need to learn how to carry this weight, not with pride, but with posture, not with noise, but with knowing. When Jesus took Peter, James, and John to the mountain, they witnessed his transfiguration, his divine essence shining brighter than the sun. Matthew 17, 1-2. It wasn't a magic trick. It was a revealing of what had always been inside him. This is your transfiguration moment, not a change of identity, but a revelation of true identity. And now, don't be surprised if doors start opening without effort. If rooms you never applied to now request your presence. If invitations arrive that seem too big for the former version of you, because you're no longer operating under the old version. You've been updated by the anointing. From the world of silent resilience, consider Zanele Muholi, a South African visual activist who uses photography to reclaim the dignity and identity of the marginalized. They didn't wait for permission to be seen. They documented their truth until the world had no choice but to turn its head. Like you, they let authenticity carry the assignment. Like you, they never needed the crowd, just the calling. In a nearby town, a single father named Elijah began writing late at night after putting his twins to sleep. Not to get famous, not to escape, but to pour out what God was pouring in. 3 years later, his journal turned into a children's book that reached thousands, because he stewarded revelation without platform. You are entering that same current. Quiet obedience is now birthing public impact. And when nature testifies, it does so without announcement. In the deepest parts of the Pacific, there are coral reefs that fluoresce, glowing with radiant light not from sunlight, but from internal proteins activated by deep pressure. They shine because of what's inside, not what's around. So do you. Why were you trained in silence? Why did it seem like God was hiding you? Could it be that exposure too early would have drained you? That applause before alignment would have broken your backbone? Why is it now, at this very moment, that everything feels like it's sinking? That even your past pain feels like a prophecy fulfilled? You're no longer confused about who you are. You're no longer striving to earn what's already been written. The goal is not recognition. The goal is alignment. And when alignment is present, gifts follow. Provision follows. Relationships follow. Why chase what's designed to orbit your obedience? When David stood before Goliath, he didn't come with a sword or shield. He came with history. He said, "The same God who delivered me from the lion and the bear will deliver me from this Philistine." 1 Samuel 17:37. That same declaration is rising in you now. You've been prepared in secret, and now the victory will be seen in public. Could it be that the battle wasn't about the external at all? Could it be that every obstacle was an internal classroom to grow you into the one who could carry this moment? That's why it was never about validation. Heaven already settled it. That's why applause no longer satisfies. You weren't designed to be popular. You were destined to be powerful. So now, don't shrink. Don't explain away your favor. Don't make yourself small to make others feel safe. Carry this with boldness. Speak from peace. Move with precision. not to impress but to impact. This is divine authority, not loud but lasting, not dramatic but undeniable. You're not returning to who you were. You've been cleared to ascend. You've been authorized to occupy, and nothing can stop what's already been activated. Not all holy instructions come with thunder and lightning. Sometimes the voice of God is subtle, like a compass inside your bones, turning you gently without explanation. Why do you feel pulled to certain places and repelled by others? Why does peace fall on you like dew after you say no to something everyone else applauds? Could it be that you're no longer living by logic, but by divine rhythm? This rhythm is what set Elijah apart when he waited by the brook, fed not by labor, but by ravens, agents of divine provision in a season of drought, 1 Kings 17. And now that same kind of provision is about to find you. Not because of your striving, but because of your surrender. From the fields of influence, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie never tried to copy the world's voice. She amplified her own, and in doing so, she reshaped global conversations on identity, voice, and truth. You too have reached the moment where authenticity becomes your magnet. You're not bending to be accepted, you're standing to be discovered. Someone reading this has been sowing quietly. Late-night ideas, anonymous generosity, whispered encouragements no one clapped for. One of them, a young woman named Eliza, used to tape her prayers under park benches in hopes that a stranger might find peace. She never saw the impact, but 5 years later, a man testified at a local church that it was that note, faded and rain-damaged, that stopped him from ending his life. You see, obedience writes legacy, even when you never see the audience. As for creation, the Arctic tern flies from the North Pole to the South every year, over 44,000 miles round trip, chasing summer and sunlight, not out of confusion, but by an internal GPS it cannot explain. You have that now, that God-coded compass. You don't need to convince others of the journey, just move. The flight path of destiny is rarely linear, but it is always precise. Have you ever wondered why the peace comes after the no? Why the closed door felt like a blessing? Why that one plan fell apart only to reveal a better one behind it? Could it be that divine flow isn't found in control, but in complete trust? Scripture reminds us, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. Proverbs 3:5-6. That's not just a suggestion, that's a strategy for supernatural alignment. You will not need to chase down what's already written for you. You will not need to perform to be chosen. Your discernment has become a sanctuary, your silence has become a weapon, and your yes has become a signal to heaven to begin. You're not just being aligned, you're being protected while you align. That's why some connections are falling away. That's why the familiar is fading. That's why the comfortable is cracking. It's not punishment, it's preservation. Heaven is filtering what would dilute the next dimension of your call. This next dimension will demand a new posture. What does it look like to lead from overflow? To walk into rooms carrying answers, not just ambition. To sit at tables and speak from assignment, not insecurity. Are you ready to be the one who shifts atmospheres, not the one begging for inclusion? It's no longer about fitting in. It's about standing out with holy distinction. That's what Esther had to realize when she was positioned as queen. She wasn't there for royalty's sake. She was there to deliver a nation. Esther 4:14. So are you. Let this settle in your spirit. You don't need to understand everything to obey. You don't need to predict outcomes to trust. You just need to stay available, stay tuned, stay yielded. Because from this point on, heaven is not asking you to build a platform, it's asking you to become one. Every hour from here is not just time, it's territory, and it belongs to those bold enough to believe they've been sent. The breeze that suddenly shifts direction before a storm doesn't announce itself, but everything that follows confirms its authority. That's how your life is moving now, not with chaos, but with silent precision. Have you noticed how fast your spirit recognizes what no longer belongs? How easily your inner compass says no before your mouth does? Why does peace now become your confirmation? Why does silence speak louder than applause? This is spiritual maturity in motion, and it's exactly how Jesus moved through Galilee, unbothered by crowds, unshaken by rejection, guided not by fame, but by the Father's timing. John 5:19. He didn't rush, he didn't strive, he flowed. And you, chosen one, are being trained to do the same. Look at Viola Davis, a woman who endured childhood poverty, trauma, and countless rejections, yet refused to let pain become her ceiling. Her rise wasn't a campaign, it was a calling. She didn't demand the world make space, she became the space. And then the world had to rearrange itself around her presence. That's what's happening to you. You're not begging for permission anymore, you're walking in possession. A woman named Rosa had never left her hometown, but one day, after a strong inner nudge, she changed her routine and took a different road home. That detour led her straight to a boy lying unconscious near the river. A boy who had fallen off his bike hours before. That choice saved a life. She didn't know she was being guided. She simply followed the prompting. Can you trust that your small yes may be part of someone else's rescue? And in the natural world, the dragonfly undergoes transformation not by force, but by timing. It waits for its wings to harden in stillness before taking its first flight. It's not weakness, it's readiness. And right now your wings are strengthening in invisible places. Will you allow the timing of heaven to trump your impatience? Will you remain still until the wind says go? Remember the story of Gideon. He didn't feel qualified. He questioned every sign. But heaven insisted, go in the strength you have. Am I not sending you? Judges 6:14. Gideon's victory wasn't in numbers or strategy. It was in surrender. The fewer the soldiers, the clearer the miracle. Could that be what God is doing with you? Shrinking the crowd so only heaven gets the credit? You're not being delayed, you're being distilled. Every loss is a lens. Every shift is a sermon. Every betrayal is a blueprint. Have you considered that your worst rejection might have been divine protection? That your no was a mercy? That your delay was a disguise? Scripture says, the steps of a good person are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in their way. Psalm 37:23. You haven't been wandering, you've been ordered. You're not off track, you're right on time. And time, chosen one, is about to prove it. Prepare for strange favor, the kind that doesn't follow protocol. Prepare for moments where the line is long, but you're called forward. Where the email goes to spam, but the phone rings anyway. Where the meeting was cancelled, but the miracle wasn't. Are you ready to be carried by grace into spaces your resume can't explain? Don't brush it off. Don't rationalize it away. This isn't random, it's radical order. And while others still try to manufacture their moment, yours is manifesting without you forcing a thing. This is what divine orchestration looks like. No striving, no chasing, just recognition and readiness. You might notice it first in the silence after you enter a room. Not because you demanded it, but because the air responds to something deeper in you now. Have you ever walked into a space and felt the atmosphere shift without saying a word? Have you wondered why conversations soften around you, or why certain people avoid eye contact? Could it be that the light you're carrying is revealing shadows they weren't ready to face? Just like when Peter's shadow began to heal the sick, not because he tried to impress, but because his alignment with God made him a vessel of undeniable power. Acts 5:15. What if your alignment is now carrying the same weight? What if you're becoming the evidence people prayed for? What if your transformation is the sermon they can't unhear? There was a time when David wasn't even invited to the meeting. The prophet came to anoint a king, and his own father didn't consider him worthy of the lineup. But what did heaven do? It paused the entire selection until David arrived. 1 Samuel 16. Isn't that exactly what's happening with you? Doors are being held open. Meetings are being rescheduled. Heaven is saying, we won't move until they arrive. Morgan Freeman, once denied roles for the way he looked and the way he spoke, didn't shift to fit in. He waited until the world caught up to the uniqueness of his voice. Now, that very voice narrates truth and legacy. His authority came not from changing tone, but from staying rooted in identity. You don't have to conform either. You just have to remain consistent. Jasmine always thought she was invisible until she joined a volunteer team at a local hospital. One afternoon, while comforting an elderly patient, she spoke a simple sentence. "You're not forgotten." The woman wept and whispered, "That's the exact sentence I begged God to hear this morning." Jasmine didn't realize her words had become the answer to a prayer. Could your quiet obedience be someone's loud miracle? In the high altitudes of the Andes, the puma hunts not with noise, but with posture. It conserves energy. It watches the wind. It doesn't need to be seen to be effective. That's how you are moving now, not through flash, but through alignment. Will you trust the silence when it's strategic? Will you embrace the pace of precision? Scripture says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Isaiah 61. You're not rising because you fought harder. You're rising because the light in you can no longer be hidden. The glory is making you visible, not to gain followers, but to reveal God's fingerprints on your life. Why is it that people who once overlooked you are now paying attention? Why are old rooms suddenly uncomfortable? Why are even your habits shifting without you trying? Have you considered that your spirit is responding to a new assignment? That your instructions are no longer earthly? This is divine territory, and heaven is not negotiating your placement, it is establishing it. The winds you feel are not random, they are realignments. The internal peace is not passive, it's prophetic. The sense that something has changed isn't delusion, it's discernment. And you, chosen one, are no longer a bystander in your story. You are the storm front. You are the shift. You are the proof that when God places his glory on a vessel, even rooms with no windows will still see the light. This is the moment you'll never forget. There are days that come and go, and then there are days that mark you forever. This was one of them. Not because of what happened outside, but because of what shifted inside. You don't just believe in the supernatural anymore, you've become a vessel of it. The peace you feel isn't temporary, it's rooted. The clarity you walk in now didn't arrive by chance. It was grown through fire, silence, and trust. And the glow that follows you, it's not for show, it's for purpose. The atmosphere has changed. You are no longer hoping something will happen. You're carrying what's already happening, and everything around you will begin to adjust to reflect what's already true within you. Heaven's alignment doesn't come with fanfare. It comes with stillness, with certainty, with quiet conviction. So if this resonated deep within your spirit, don't leave silently. Comment below. It's happening, and I'm ready. Let your voice echo what your soul already knows. If this message walked beside your spirit today, I invite you, gently, sincerely, to like, share, and subscribe. Not for numbers, but for reach. So this word finds the next person who needs it as much as you did. And to those who've supported this space, through super thanks or even silent prayers, thank you. You are the quiet backbone of something holy. Now may grace follow you like a shadow. May wisdom rise with the morning light. May discernment sharpen your hearing and joy steady your steps. May your life no longer orbit around struggle, but alignment. And may your journey be marked not just by what you build, but by who you become. You didn't just hear this word, you lived it, you became it, and you'll never go back. Greetings to all who walk in divine awareness. To those chosen for such a time as this, your presence here is no accident. When one awakens to their true spiritual authority, the very atmosphere around them begins to shift. This is not mere transformation, it is a divine disruption, a sacred reclaiming. And in that wake, the murmurs begin. Not from the heavens, but from the shadows of old conversations. Suddenly, your name is spoken not with honor, but with hesitation, not because you've faltered, but because you've risen. And the familiar no longer recognizes the refined. They say, "You've changed." But have you truly changed, or have you simply remembered who you've always been? What if your elevation is not a departure, but a return to your original calling? Indeed, you have changed. But more than that, you have stepped into a new timeline, one authored by divine will, not public opinion. You have reclaimed authority over a life long watched, long weighed down by energies never meant to stay. If these words speak to your spirit, I invite you to comment 777, the number of spiritual completion and divine alignment. Let it be a public declaration that you are no longer who they remember, and more than they ever imagined. And to each of you who has supported this message through your heartfelt super thanks, I offer my deepest and most sincere gratitude. Your generosity sustains not only this platform, but the sacred mission behind it. Thank you. Now pause for a moment and ask yourself, why does your peace disturb them more than your pain ever did? Why does your clarity spark confusion in others? Why are the very ones who once encouraged you now silent in the face of your breakthrough? As we prepare to enter the heart of this message, allow me to say this: their unease is not your burden. Their confusion is not your crisis. What if it's not pride that they're reacting to, but the purity of your alignment? This is not about ego. It is about alignment, and what happens when heaven's design disrupts human expectation. Let us begin. God's chosen ones, new timeline, new authority. Now everyone's saying, "You've changed." You, God's chosen one, have not truly changed. You have simply dismantled a false identity, one that may have comforted others but never reflected your true essence. That version of you, so familiar, so easy for them to digest, was never the real you. We learn early how to wear masks, to smile when it hurts, to stay quiet when we want to speak. These masks become our survival, costumes stitched together from years of conditioning, guilt, people-pleasing, and conflict avoidance. That old self. It nodded when boundaries were broken, laughed at jokes that wounded, tolerated relationships that drained the soul. But what if that version was never meant to endure? As it is written, "Do not lie to one another, seeing that you have put off the old self with its practices." Colossians 3:9. And now here you are, no longer performing, no longer pretending. How does it feel to lay down what was never truly yours? To let go of patterns that once protected you, but now only limit you? Scripture speaks again. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This is not about becoming someone new. This is about remembering who you were before the world taught you to forget. It is the sacred return, the internal revolution, a shift from tolerance to truth, from approval to alignment, from pretending to peace. And as you rise in truth, your relationships may begin to tremble, not because you've become unloving, but because you've stopped shrinking. As it is declared, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come." 2 Corinthians 5:17. So let me ask you now, are you beginning to see it? That the new has always been within you, waiting for permission to emerge. Consider the example of Maya Angelou, a poet, a warrior of truth, and a voice that rose from silence. Though she endured deep pain and long seasons of stillness, she emerged to speak her story with power. She once said, "There's no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." Perhaps you too have known that inner ache, and now feel the weight of silence lifting as you begin to honor your authentic voice. Like Maya, you are stepping into your God-given power, not by demanding attention, but by refusing to remain hidden or diminished. I think of Marcus, a man I know who, not long ago, found himself entangled in this same struggle. He was the emotional caretaker, the dependable peacemaker, the one who dimmed his own light to help others feel comfortable. But something within him began to stir. Inspired by Elijah, who stood boldly before King Ahab and the prophets of Baal, Marcus found the courage to stop setting himself on fire just to keep others warm. How often do we forget that our own flame must be tended first? Even Jesus withdrew from the crowd to restore his spirit. As Scripture says, "But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed." Luke 5:16. Imagine the liberation of no longer performing, like a butterfly breaking free from its chrysalis, flying not merely to survive, but to thrive. Of course, this transformation unsettles those around you. Have you noticed how resistant people become when you stop being the predictable, easy-to-handle version they once preferred? Pope Francis reminds us that authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who we think we're supposed to be and embracing who we are. So the question now is, are you ready to become who you truly are, even if it disrupts their expectations? And when the pushback comes, as it often does, remember this sacred reassurance. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:10. Let that promise anchor you. Know this, your transformation didn't harm anyone. It simply revealed how they had quietly benefited from your silence, your availability, your emotional labor. You're no longer here to be their therapist, their scapegoat, their savior, or the background character in their story. So how does it feel to finally say no, not out of rebellion, but out of reverence for your soul? You are not cold. You are not cruel. You've simply stopped burning out to keep others comfortable. Picture yourself now like a tree planted by streams of living water, unshaken by the winds of expectation. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Jeremiah 17:7. Are you ready to trust that strength, not just around you, but within you? This is your divine calling. You are the chosen one, standing now in the fullness of your God-given power and truth. What new paths might unfold when you walk boldly as your true self, no longer confined by the shadows of who others wanted you to be. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. Will you step into that hope today, not the version they expected, but the one heaven designed? Because here's the truth, the whispers of "you've changed" are often not about change at all. They're about control. What they really mean is, you're no longer manageable. Have you ever asked yourself why some people cling so tightly to the version of you that shrank just to make them feel taller? The one who apologized for simply existing, who bent and twisted to avoid rejection. But was that ever truly you? That version was a performance, a carefully constructed survival tactic shaped to soothe others' insecurities while slowly suffocating your soul. Now, the version of you that has emerged is raw, rooted, and unapologetically real. How does it feel to stand, finally, in your truth, unmasked and unbent? The scripture reminds us, He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147 verse 3. Could it be that your soul had to pass through fire and storm, not to return to smallness, but to emerge stronger, brighter, unshakable? Why settle for a watered-down version of yourself when God calls you to fullness? Some may struggle to accept this new reality, not because it's wrong, but because they only ever knew the diluted you. So let them speculate, let them wonder, let them talk. There is power in your silence, not passive but potent, as they wrestle with a transformation they can no longer control. Let me tell you about Anna, a young mother I once met. For years, she lived as a caretaker of everyone's comfort but her own. She sacrificed her dreams to keep the peace, smiled through exhaustion, said yes when her soul screamed no, and buried her voice beneath layers of responsibility. But something in her shifted. After months of quietly carrying the weight, Anna realized she could no longer live in the shadows of others' expectations. Her faith led her to the words of Isaiah, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary." Isaiah 40:31. And so she rose, slowly at first, then steadily, setting boundaries, speaking truth, honoring her worth. The reactions were mixed. Some resisted, some recoiled. But Anna felt free, not because the world changed, but because she did. And so I ask you, what would happen if you too chose to soar instead of shrink? Think about Frederick Douglass, the former slave and fierce abolitionist who refused to be confined by others' expectations. He said, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress." His life reminds us that liberation is never granted without resistance. And yet, how often do we forget that true change disrupts the comfortable illusions others hold about us? Have you realized that you did not endure internal battles just to stay likable to those who preferred the fake you? The truth is, you collapsed the identity they could manipulate. And now you walk in freedom, inner truths they cannot touch. Take a moment to reflect. How does that liberation resonate deep within your spirit? This is not arrogance. This is freedom. As Romans 8:21 declares, that the creation itself will be liberated from its bondage to decay and brought into the freedom and glory of the children of God. You did not change. You finally showed up, fully and authentically. Now the question becomes, are you ready to step into this freedom and let go of the need to fit in or shrink yourself to blend? Because the real you has come to shift the atmosphere, to transform the room, to make an impact. What will you do with this calling? Picture a mighty oak tree, no longer bending to the whims of passing winds, but standing tall, unshakable, rooted in purpose and truth. You are that oak. As Isaiah 61:3 promises, God gives a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. So now ask yourself, how will you walk boldly in this new identity today? There comes a moment, sacred, irreversible, when you stop asking for permission to be everything God created you to be. That moment is now. You, God's chosen one, have stepped into a timeline that no longer waits for approval. This new chapter of your life, divinely written, not humanly drafted, doesn't seek permission to be radical. You are no longer pausing at the door of other people's comfort before stepping into your own destiny. You're not asking, "Is this okay?" before taking up space that was heaven ordained for you in the first place. And have you noticed? The air feels different when you're no longer shrinking. You're not here to whisper your breakthrough. You are not tiptoeing anymore. You're walking in full steps, steady and unapologetic, into a future that no longer carries the weight of others' expectations. The righteous are bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. So ask yourself, does your spirit now recognize that boldness is not rebellion, but obedience? There was a time when you made yourself small to make others feel big. You dimmed your fire so they wouldn't feel the heat. You dulled your voice so it wouldn't echo too loudly in insecure hearts. You softened your ambition, diluted your insight, hid your light, all in the name of keeping the peace. But why did you think your passion was too much, your clarity too sharp, your presence too intense? What made you believe that who you were, in full expression, was something to be managed rather than embraced? But now, you know exactly what you carry. You've tasted your own power and remembered it came from God, not the applause of the crowd. Let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. Could it be then that your light was always meant to stretch further than the room could contain? You've outgrown explaining your soul to people who only speak in the language of survival. What do you say to those who can't understand a destiny birthed in prayer, shaped in fire, and released by grace? You're no longer handing over your power for the sake of keeping the room calm. You're done negotiating with fear, mediocrity, or ego just to make others feel safe. Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? Galatians 1:10. Has your heart finally accepted that divine instruction doesn't require a second opinion? Let me tell you about Viola Davis, an Academy Award-winning actress and producer, known not just for her talent, but for her fearless authenticity. She once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is being who you are." She stopped shrinking, stopped apologizing for being powerful and black and female in an industry that tried to define her limits. And what happened when she stopped waiting for permission? She built a legacy, just like you're doing now. And then there's a layer. A woman I met last year. She worked for a corporate consulting firm, brilliant and insightful, but constantly told she was too intense, too spiritual, too ambitious. So for years, she dulled her light just to stay agreeable. But something shifted. After a silent retreat and countless nights crying out to God, she quit overnight, enrolled in theology school, and started building a platform helping young women hear the voice of God for themselves. No announcement, no permission, just alignment, and peace flooded in like a river. Her steps today aren't loud, but they are thunderous in the spirit. Sound familiar? What you've stepped into now isn't a motivational trend or a personal decision. It's divine instruction. You are no longer walking with permission, you are walking with purpose. And understand this, that divine instruction, it offends the stagnant, confuses the average, and terrifies the controlling. Why? Because when God moves, nothing stays still. Your obedience disrupts systems, disarms manipulation, and dismantles expectations. You have become a living sign of the supernatural. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth. John 16:13. So ask yourself, could it be that your steps are no longer random but revelation in motion? So now, as you take up your space and walk unapologetically into everything God promised, what fear can hold you? What voice can stop you? What system can box you in? You're not walking to be understood. You're walking to be obedient. And obedience is always enough. Let's be clear. Radical doesn't mean loud. It means real. It means trusting yourself so deeply that you stop waiting for someone else to agree. But what does it take to trust yourself in a world that constantly demands you soften your edges? How many times have you second-guessed your spirit just to fit into rooms that never saw your fullness? It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. Psalm 118, verse 8. There comes a moment when your spirit simply refuses to negotiate with limitation anymore. It means knowing when it's time to walk away, not with drama, but with clarity, like a tide pulling back from the shore, not in anger, but because it knows the moon is calling it elsewhere. Have you ever felt that gentle nudge in your spirit, whispering, "It's time," even when no one else understood? Just like Abraham, who obeyed and went even though he did not know where he was going. Hebrews 11:8. And yes, it means making decisions that might make people question your sanity until they see the results. Because what if obedience to God will always look like rebellion to the systems of man? For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. Isaiah 55:8. Then suddenly you're brave and inspiring. But let's be honest, that label only arrives after resistance. They only call you radical when they can't control you. When you begin to honor your instincts more than their opinions, you become unpredictable to their system. And anything they can't predict, they try to label as too much, off, or simply changed. But here's the truth. You're not changing, you're returning to the original blueprint of who you were before the world taught you to tone it down. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. So pause for a moment and consider this. What if the version of you that once felt too intense was actually the clearest reflection of your divine assignment? You were taught, with regard to your former way of life, to put off your old self, which is being corrupted by its deceitful desires, to be made new in the attitude of your minds, and to put on the new self, created to be like God in true righteousness and holiness. Ephesians 4:22-24. Have you finally started to see yourself the way God sees you? Because in this new reality you've stepped into, being unapologetic isn't just a bold choice, it's a sacred requirement. You didn't come here to repeat cycles, to water yourself down, or to keep begging for access to rooms your soul has already outgrown. We were therefore buried with him through baptism into death, in order that, just as Christ was raised from the dead, we too may live a new life. Romans 6:4. No, you came here to rewrite rules, to break patterns, and to walk fully in your assignment. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor, to set the oppressed free. Luke 4:18. So the question now is, how long will you keep knocking on doors that God already told you to walk past? Let me offer a real-world example. Steve Jobs, the visionary behind Apple. At one point he was called arrogant, intense, and unmanageable. He was even ousted from his own company. But during his time away, he didn't shrink, he refined. And when he returned, he didn't ask for permission to innovate. He brought with him the iMac, the iPod, the iPhone. Now the world calls him a genius, but before the results showed, they just called him radical. Sound familiar? And then there's Chloe, a baker who played it safe for years. She stuck to classic pastries and well-worn recipes, doing just enough to keep her business afloat. But deep down, she had bigger dreams, bold flavors, experimental pairings, and desserts that told stories. One day, something shifted. She stopped asking if she was too much and started trusting her creative instinct. At first, some of her regular customers left, unable or unwilling to embrace the change. But over time, a new, loyal group of clients began to gather. People who resonated with her authenticity and celebrated her innovation. Her bakery didn't just survive, it steadily grew. And with that growth came a quiet, powerful lesson. Choosing alignment over approval always bears fruit. Because this isn't just a new version of you emerging, this is you with spiritual clearance and internal backing. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm 37:23. You're not waiting for permission anymore. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. You are the permission. People say you've changed, but what really happened runs far deeper than any surface-level shift. Have you ever wondered why some people are so quick to label your growth as change, as if you became a stranger overnight? Perhaps it's not that you changed, but rather that you stopped performing in a role that was never truly yours to begin with. What if the truth is that you simply laid down a script handed to you, one written by others for their own comfort? You were not just in their life, you were cast in a specific role to make their story easier to manage. Maybe you were the dependable one, the quiet peacekeeper, the perpetual yes who never stirred the waters. Or maybe you were the emotional sponge, silently absorbing their insecurities without complaint. Have you ever noticed how easy it was for others to fit you into a tidy little box? The Bible reminds us, "Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen." Ephesians 4:29. And yet, how many masks have you worn just to survive? As long as you stayed in that role, they were comfortable. You were predictable, familiar, easy to control. But then something stirred inside. You began to awaken. You stopped performing. What was it that finally made you stop saying yes when everything in you wanted to say no? What gave you the courage to begin asking, "Is this really who I am?" In that moment of honesty, you found the strength to stop rescuing others at the expense of your own soul. And suddenly, their comfort turned to discomfort. Not because you became difficult or toxic, but because you no longer fit the script they had written for you. What they called change is, in reality, your refusal to continue pretending. Have you noticed how uneasy people become when you refuse to be who they expect? This isn't rebellion, it's revelation. You didn't flip the script to be defiant. You simply realized there was a script all along, and it was never yours. Put off your old self and be renewed in the spirit of your minds. Ephesians 4:22-23. So when did it finally become clear that it was time to stop playing their game? The version of you they liked was a carefully edited character, filtered through your fear of rejection and a desperate hunger for acceptance. But now that you've reclaimed your true self, they don't know how to respond. You're no longer acting the way the character would. You've stepped off the stage, and in doing so, left them lost in a story that can't continue without your compliance. And here's the hard truth: they never truly knew you. They only knew the version of you that negotiated with their expectations, the one who bent and broke just to survive their version of love, friendship, or family. Now, confronted with someone unfiltered and unshaped by their needs, they find themselves afraid. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. Have you felt that fear radiating from others when you finally stood in your truth? This unsettling response isn't about you. It's about the foundation of their story, one built on your compliance, beginning to crack. They weren't prepared for your strength. You didn't change. You simply stopped playing the character that kept their dysfunction intact. And now, in living as your authentic self, you reveal a truth they can no longer deny. They never had a relationship with your soul, only with your silence. Consider Oprah Winfrey, one of the most influential voices of our time. For years she was seen as the nice talk show host, always agreeable, always comforting. Yet beneath that familiar presence was someone who never stopped evolving. Oprah dared to ask difficult questions, to confront uncomfortable truths, and most importantly, to be unapologetically herself. Though some accused her of changing, the reality is she was simply shedding the roles others tried to confine her to. By stepping fully into her authenticity, she didn't just transform her own life, she inspired millions and helped reshape an entire culture. What roles have you shed in your own life to find your true voice? To bring it closer to everyday life, think about Michael, a mid-level manager who always said yes to every extra task, hoping to be seen as the reliable team player. At first it worked, but over time the constant pressure wore him down. He began to see how deeply he was sacrificing his own well-being just to maintain an image others expected. Then came a shift. One day, Michael began setting clear boundaries, still respectful, still kind, but firm in protecting his time and energy. His co-workers were shocked. Some even said he had changed. But in truth, Michael was finally showing up as himself, and in doing so, he found more clarity, energy, and perhaps most unexpectedly, respect. Have you experienced a moment like Michael's, where saying no was the first step toward reclaiming yourself? This process of transformation, whether public like Oprah's or personal like Michael's, often begins quietly, like a seed buried deep beneath the soil. For a long time, it appears still, invisible, maybe even forgotten. But beneath the surface, something powerful is happening. The seed is gathering strength, drawing from the dark earth. And then, one day, it breaks through, not to impress anyone, but to grow, tall, rooted and fully alive in its own timing. What freedom might you discover if you stopped holding yourself captive to expectations that no longer serve your growth? So now, pause for a moment and reflect. Where are you still holding on to the role they cast for you? What parts of your story have you been quietly rewriting in your heart, waiting for the courage to live them out loud? The truth is, freedom awaits. Not when you meet their expectations, but when you stop performing and finally start living as the real you. After stepping fully into your authentic self and shedding the roles that no longer served you, a profound shift began to unfold. Without making a scene or seeking validation, you gained something far more powerful than attention. You gained authority. It arrived quietly, the moment you withdrew your consent from every energetic lie that once held you captive. Have you ever noticed how true power often speaks in whispers rather than in loud declarations? This wasn't authority claimed by force or volume, but by the simple, unwavering refusal to participate in narratives that dishonored your soul. You stopped feeding relationships built on guilt. You no longer agreed to dynamics that felt like spiritual contracts signed under pressure rather than from genuine choice. And in doing so, you began to understand a deeper truth. Real freedom often begins not with rebellion, but with peace. What does it mean to truly say no? Not from anger, but from alignment. When was the last time you honored yourself enough to walk away, not with fury, but with sacred self-respect? Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. Galatians 6:7. So ask yourself, are you sowing seeds that nurture your soul, or ones that slowly drain your spirit? That quiet act of refusal changed far more than your outward behavior. It restructured your entire energetic presence, no longer playing small so others could feel large, no longer negotiating your worth in rooms that demanded your silence. You began to radiate something unmistakable: truth. Is your inner voice now louder than the noise of expectations around you? Because this was never about rebellion, it was something holier. A quiet, sacred revolt, rooted not in defiance, but in clarity. You weren't chasing a crown. You were uncovering the authority that had always belonged to you, hidden beneath layers of conditioning, performance, and emotional debt. For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth come knowledge and understanding. Proverbs 2:6. When did you first hear that inner wisdom calling you, softly, unmistakably, back to your rightful place? Consider Eleanor, a graphic designer who for years said yes to every unreasonable request at work, fueled by a fear of rejection or conflict. Day by day, the weight of compliance wore down her creativity and drained her spirit. But slowly, something within her shifted. She began to set clear yet gentle boundaries, no longer agreeing to take on projects that depleted her energy. Her colleagues were surprised and, as often happens, whispered that she had changed. Yet within months, her work flourished and her joy returned. Eleanor hadn't become less kind or less capable. She had simply begun to honor her worth. What boundaries might you be avoiding that could unlock new levels of freedom and fulfillment? Now, reflect on the journey of Ellen DeGeneres, a beloved television host and comedian who faced profound challenges and public rejection before embracing her authentic self. Ellen didn't gain her influence by conforming to expectations. She rose by standing firm in her truth, even when the cost was high. Her refusal to hide or diminish herself ignited a wave of courage in others, reminding us that authenticity is often the most radical form of leadership. How might your story inspire others when you choose to stand firm in your truth? As you began to establish those invisible yet unmistakable boundaries, ripple effects were set into motion. Shockwaves moved through old agreements, karmic loops, and soul contracts that never truly aligned with your divine purpose. People didn't fall away because you rejected them. They drifted because those expired dynamics could no longer hold without your energy propping them up. Can you see how some relationships survive only as long as you keep breathing life into them? I will walk about in freedom, for I have sought out your precepts. Psalm 119:45. What truths are setting you free today? Your presence began to change. You started to walk with a clarity that unsettled others, not because you claimed superiority, but because you were finally free. No longer tethered by invisible expectations, you stopped seeking approval, fully aware of the high price it once demanded. The authority you carry now didn't arrive with noise or conflict. It came quietly, with the peace that follows when you no longer sell your soul in fragments. Picture sunlight breaking through dense clouds, not with thunder, but with quiet, steady brilliance. It does not force its way in, it simply appears, and everything it touches is warmed and illuminated. How might your steady, unwavering clarity be lighting up spaces that once felt unreachable? They are not angry at your growth, they are shaken, because you reclaimed jurisdiction over your soul, and without your consent, they no longer have access. You didn't just evolve, you dismantled the entire old system. You rose, not by force, but by alignment. But whoever looks intently into the perfect law that gives freedom and continues in it, not forgetting what they have heard, but doing it, they will be blessed in what they do. James 1:25. So ask yourself, what chains are breaking as you step fully into your authority? And when the chains started to break, it wasn't chaos, it was clarity. The ground didn't shake, but your vision sharpened. So why do they panic now that you're finally walking free? What is it about your freedom that unsettles them so deeply? Could it be that the grip they once held, the unspoken control, is slipping quietly through their fingers? They can't handle you now, not because you've become unkind, but because you're no longer predictable or pliable. You used to be someone they could figure out. You'd shrink when tension rose, soften your words to avoid conflict, second-guess your truth to protect someone else's ego. You were easy to manage because you lived on edge, always reading the room before listening to your own instincts. But not anymore. How many years did you trade peace for approval? How often did you silence your soul just to keep the atmosphere pleasant? When was the last time you stood firm in your truth, even when the room grew cold with judgment? Now, you move from a place they don't recognize, a place rooted in sovereignty, not survival. A space that doesn't ask for permission, popularity, or precedent. You've stopped operating from fear and started responding from frequency. Your decisions don't have to make sense to them. They only have to resonate with your spirit. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Proverbs 29:25. What does it mean to trust so deeply that you're no longer governed by other people's fears? Are you ready to honor that quiet voice within, the one that speaks above all noise? You're no longer living in reaction to their moods, manipulation, or expectations. You're listening to something higher now. You're following a deeper knowing, and that makes you unpredictable to people who only feel safe when they can control the outcome or the person. So what happens when obedience to God becomes more important than acceptance from people? What opens up in your life when pleasing others is no longer the measure of your worth? Think of a kite. The same wind that once felt like resistance is now what lifts it higher. You've become like that, no longer resisting pressure, but rising with it. Not to escape, but to soar in alignment. Let me tell you about Malik. For years, he was the emotional caretaker of his family, the fixer, the peacekeeper, the one everyone leaned on without ever asking how he was doing. But one day, Malik made a different choice. He stopped responding to every late-night crisis. He laid down the burdens that were never his to carry. He chose stillness over sacrifice. At first, they called it selfish, but in truth, it was sacred. He didn't burn the bridge. He just stopped setting himself on fire to keep it lit. Have you ever noticed how those closest to you begin to struggle when you stop playing the role they assigned you? Why does your awakening feel like a threat to their comfort? Why does your clarity shake what they once called connection? Even those who once praised your gentle nature may now flinch at your boundaries. They called you kind when you were quiet, agreeable, and compliant. But the moment you began honoring yourself, something shifted. It's a truth that repeats itself across countless lives. Take Steve Harvey, a well-known TV host and comedian who faced many setbacks before his breakthrough. He has openly shared how trusting his own path, even when others doubted him, was essential. You've got to listen to your spirit and trust the process, even when it looks like failure, he once said. Isn't it ironic how those who appear strongest are often the ones who trust most deeply? And now, just like that, you've moved out of their emotional jurisdiction. They can't access you through the same doors anymore. You're no longer operating on survival scripts. You've switched systems. You're living from spiritual software now. To them, you've become difficult. But in reality, you've just become discerning. You're not easily accessed. You're not easily moved. You're not easily tricked into making yourself smaller for anyone's convenience. Let your yes be yes and your no, no. Matthew 5:37. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Galatians 5:1. So what does it truly look like to live from spiritual software rather than survival scripts? How does it feel to walk in freedom instead of chains? You've stepped off the linear grid. You've moved into something quantum, a sacred dimension where intuition leads, boundaries hold, and presence speaks louder than performance. This way of being baffles people who rely on predictability and emotional leverage. They can't navigate you anymore, not because you're cruel, but because you're no longer available for their version of connection, which was really just control in disguise. You're not mean, you're sovereign. You're not arrogant, you're in alignment. You don't belong to their old maps anymore. You're writing new ones in real time. And that terrifies the people who thought they had you figured out. So the question becomes, how long will you continue to let their expectations define you? When will you step fully into the authority that has always been yours? Now, you've become a living mystery, studied like a rare phenomenon because your frequency no longer matches anything familiar. It's as if you've stepped outside the bounds of what people thought possible. What is it about your presence that leaves them both fascinated and unsettled? Why does your calm glow disrupt their understanding of reality in such a profound way? You didn't announce your transformation with fanfare or loud declarations. Instead, you simply embodied it. One moment, you were stuck in the mud, barely surviving the chaos around you. Then, seemingly without warning, you were walking with a peace that defied explanation, glowing with clarity, and making moves that didn't add up according to their natural logic. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Have you ever paused long enough to truly be still and sense the quiet power rising from within? If so, how does this stillness give you strength beyond what the world expects or understands? People watch you like a science experiment, analyzing your posture, your words, your silence, your very aura. It's clear now that your energy no longer reflects what they expect or understand. You didn't follow the traditional script. You didn't beg for a place at the table, nor did you campaign for recognition or wait for their approval. Instead, you vanished from their narrative and returned carrying an energy they can't trace or explain. How did you manage to do it without their validation? And how do you carry such peace when every piece of your past suggested you'd still be broken? Your aura is unreadable because it's no longer rooted in ego, but is coded with survival, soul refinement, and divine alignment. You stopped performing to fit expectations. You stopped leaking your precious energy into conversations that led nowhere. You stopped being emotionally available for narratives built on guilt and distortion. And now, all their old tactics, guilt trips, manipulation, attempts to control, bounce harmlessly off your renewed spirit. You're not just unrecognizable to them, you're truly untouchable. Consider Anderson Cooper, a respected journalist and television anchor who has faced immense personal challenges, including loss and health struggles. Yet he continues to show up with integrity, authenticity, and an inner strength that defies public scrutiny. How often do we forget that true power comes from standing firmly in your truth, regardless of external pressures? What about someone like Mia, a single mother juggling 2 jobs, who quietly decided she would no longer be drained by toxic relationships or exhausting emotional obligations? She set clear boundaries, and her life slowly transformed as a result. Isn't it incredible how ordinary people just like you find extraordinary freedom when they finally say no to what doesn't serve their soul? Think about the mighty ocean tide that moves relentlessly, reshaping coastlines with gentle but unstoppable force. It doesn't roar for attention, yet its power is undeniable and ever-present. In many ways, doesn't your transformation echo this same natural persistence? How many waves of challenges have you faced only to return stronger, more grounded, and more certain in your path than before? Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. 2 Corinthians 3:17. Could it be that your quiet power is a reflection of divine protection, moving in ways unseen but deeply felt within your soul? You earned what they cannot buy or mimic, something cultivated in the quiet, in the shadows, during moments when no one was watching or acknowledging your struggle. And that, without a doubt, is your sacred power. This isn't just confidence. This is the energy of someone who has already stood before the highest court, the one within, and received a final ruling. The verdict is clear: not guilty. Not guilty of the lies projected onto you, not guilty of the roles they forced you to play, not guilty of the shame, the guilt, the blame, and the false narratives imposed on your story. Throughout your life, you've been on trial, judged, dissected, misread, but now the verdict is in, and you've been completely cleared. Therefore, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Romans 8:1. Have you truly allowed yourself to believe that your verdict has already been given by the one who matters most? What people are seeing now, and often mislabeling as arrogance, is actually your liberation. You're no longer walking around trying to prove your innocence. You're no longer shrinking yourself to avoid their judgment. Instead, you face the accusations that lived inside your mind, absorbed from others, and dismantled every one of them with truth. You've come to realize that you don't owe anyone an apology for being whole, for being wise, for surviving, and for evolving. And now you walk differently, not because you think you're better, but because you're no longer bowed down under invisible weights. You're not performing humility just to make others feel comfortable. You're not over-explaining your choices or overcompensating for how deeply you've healed. Is it really pride when you finally remembered who you are? Or is it restoration? This truth can offend those still trapped in emotional debt with themselves, people who never gave themselves permission to rise. So, they call your clarity cocky. They label your boundaries rude. They mistake your centeredness for superiority because they haven't yet experienced what it truly feels like to be free. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. And what happens when that truth is no longer just a concept, but the very ground you now walk on? Take someone like Trevor Noah, for example. Rising from a complex background, often misunderstood and stereotyped, he built a global voice, not by begging for acceptance, but by standing firmly in the truth of his experience, with humor, depth, and clarity. Was he arrogant for outgrowing what tried to limit him? Or did he simply refuse to stay confined in the courtroom built by others? Or think about Elena, a former caretaker who spent years neglecting her own dreams to meet everyone else's needs. The day she finally said, "No more," and started her own small design studio, not to prove anything, but simply because her soul longed for it. Everything changed. Now, some say she's distant or different, but what she really is free. And if you look to nature, consider the volcano, silent for decades, quietly building power beneath the surface, unnoticed by anyone, until it erupts, reshaping landscapes without asking permission or giving warnings. It simply expresses what had been true all along. Isn't that how inner authority works too? The truth is, many are still in court, still defending their worth, still hoping for a jury of people-pleasing validation or applause to set them free. But you fired the jury, you threw out the case, you walked out of that courtroom and never looked back. Because through Christ Jesus, the law of the Spirit who gives life has set you free from the law of sin and death. Romans 8:2. You are no longer held hostage by accusations, whether internal or external. You're free, and the verdict is final. And now, your very presence reminds them that freedom is possible, but it comes at a cost, something they're not yet ready to pay, the story of their suffering. So no, it's not just confidence, it's closure, it's completion, it's spiritual authority born from deep, lonely, invisible battles that no one clapped for. And those who misunderstand it, they are not your judge. They are simply witnesses to what it looks like when someone finally walks without chains. You outgrew environments where playing small was the unspoken social contract. You didn't just walk away from old environments, you expanded beyond them. You didn't slam doors or create drama. You simply stopped performing in places where the unspoken rule was, don't shine too brightly, don't speak too boldly, don't grow too fast. No one lights a lamp and puts it under a basket, but on a lampstand, and it gives light to all who are in the house. Matthew 5:15. So why were you hiding your light for so long? When did you start believing that your brilliance was a threat rather than a gift? For a long time, you played along. You made yourself smaller so other people could feel big. You downplayed your gifts so you wouldn't intimidate the insecure. You watered yourself down, not because you lacked strength, but because you didn't want to make waves. Were you ever really at peace, or just quietly exhausted from performing smallness? What was the price you paid for being digestible? That wasn't humility, it was survival. But something shifted. You woke up to how much it was costing you to stay in rooms where your light had to be dimmed, just to be accepted. You began to realize that the so-called peace you were maintaining was really just quiet compliance. You were never truly free in those spaces. You were just tolerated as long as you stayed within the limits they set for you. So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. John 8:36. Are you still carrying a yoke that Christ already broke off of you? The moment you started breaking those limits, the energy shifted. Now they say you've changed, but what they're really grieving is control. They're mourning their ability to predict you, to mold you, to keep you emotionally caged. They didn't love the real you. They loved the version of you that kept their insecurities unchallenged. Whose comfort did you protect at the expense of your calling? What does it cost your soul to keep being the easy one? You used to gaslight yourself just to keep them comfortable. Now you don't. That's what they're reacting to. Not betrayal, but liberation. What version of yourself did you have to bury so others wouldn't feel insecure? And who benefits from your silence? They're not uncomfortable because you're gone. They're uncomfortable because your freedom reminds them that they're still choosing captivity. Are you shrinking just so no one else has to grow? What if your boldness is the invitation they need to break free too? You didn't leave anyone behind. You just stopped crawling to stay in places where you were meant to fly. When did you first clip your own wings for the sake of staying close to the ground? And who told you flight was selfish? Consider someone like Shonda Rhimes. For years, she operated quietly behind the scenes, making others shine. But when she stepped into the full power of her creativity, telling bold, diverse, and challenging stories, she redefined television. She didn't ask permission to expand, she simply stopped shrinking. Or take Mateo, a quiet man who worked in his family's auto shop for years. He always loved photography, but was told it was a hobby, not a career. At 38, he moved to another city and started capturing street life with soul. And now, even if he's not famous, his photos speak volumes. He no longer apologizes for wanting more than what was handed to him. Was that betrayal? Or was it obedience to his gift? Even nature speaks. Look at how diamonds form, not with applause but under pressure, in darkness, over time. No one sees it coming, until suddenly it's undeniable. What beauty in you has been quietly forming under pressure? You didn't cut people off. Instead, you grew to a place where their access expired. The version of you that needed approval doesn't exist anymore. And without that version, the social contract is void. You're not arrogant. You're not cruel. You're simply clear. What if your clarity isn't the threat? They just preferred your confusion. Clarity terrifies people who rely on your confusion to maintain their comfort. So let me ask you again, who still has access to the version of you that no longer lives? What chains are you keeping alive just because they feel familiar? You're not shrinking anymore, and that alone is the loudest statement you'll ever make. And now comes the deeper realization. The version of you they say they miss never really existed. It was a survival program. Have you ever asked yourself, who was I before fear told me to shrink? They don't miss you. They miss their influence. They miss the version who bent without resistance, who smiled through discomfort, who swallowed truth to keep the room calm and others unchallenged. But that version, that wasn't the real you. That was a mask stitched together by fear and necessity, a role rehearsed to perfection because not being agreeable felt dangerous, because honesty felt like a risk you couldn't afford. And have put on the new self, which is being renewed in knowledge in the image of its creator. Colossians 3:10. When was the last time you truly renewed your mind instead of conforming to others' expectations? You didn't choose to be that quiet. You were trained to be, trained to read the room like a map of emotional landmines, to sense when others needed comfort, even if it cost you your clarity, to adjust, appease, and dilute your power until no one felt confronted. What they called easygoing was your nervous system in a permanent state of tension. What they praised as sweet was you calculating every word, terrified that the truth might trigger disapproval or chaos. Have you ever noticed how a chameleon changes its colors to survive? You adapted just like that, blending in so you wouldn't be seen as a threat. But at what cost to your true colors? For am I now seeking the approval of man or of God? Galatians 1:10. Whose approval are you living for today? You didn't have the luxury of being misunderstood. You had to get it right just to stay safe. So you performed. You played the version they could handle, even as it cost you the parts of yourself that were crying to be known. Think about Peter, a team member who always avoided speaking up during meetings. Peter kept quiet, not because he lacked ideas, but because he feared upsetting the group dynamics. Over time, this cost him confidence and a sense of purpose, until he realized he needed to assert his voice to contribute authentically and grow. But now that you've stopped doing that, now that you've begun deconstructing the machinery of emotional compliance, they're not heartbroken over you. They're grieving the access they once had. Take the example of Malala Yousafzai, who refused to stay in the silence others demanded. Her voice became unstoppable, and now many feel unsettled because they no longer hold power over her. They lost access to your silence. They lost access to your emotional labor. They lost access to the version of you that kept their world tidy by disowning your own. And the truth is, they're not mourning you. They're mourning the atmosphere you once maintained, the emotional cushion you used to be. They're mourning their comfort, not your presence. Look around at the seasons changing. The trees don't cling to their old leaves. They let go to grow anew. So, what old leaves are you still holding on to? What comfort are you reluctant to release? Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. Isaiah 43:18. What former things is God calling you to leave behind today? So, what happens when you finally stop playing their part? When you refuse to dim your light or soften your truth just to make others comfortable? Who do you become when you no longer ask permission to exist fully? What they miss is the submission they mistook for kindness. But were you ever truly agreeing with them? Or were you simply surviving? You weren't choosing peace. You were avoiding punishment. Was that really a relationship, or just a one-sided contract written in your silence? Now you speak up. Now you pause before agreeing. Now you say no without guilt. And they call it an attitude shift, a glow-up, a change. But really, isn't it a return to your original self before the world told you who you needed to be in order to be safe? You're not mean now. You're just no longer available for emotional negotiations that require your betrayal. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners. Isaiah 61:1. They didn't love the real you. They loved how well you disappeared. Have you ever wondered why your boundaries shake others? Could it be because your freedom is a mirror reflecting their own chains? As Psalm 34:18 reminds us, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. What does it mean for you to walk in truth, even if it makes others uncomfortable? Take Sarah, a woman from everyday life who used to always say yes to keep the peace, swallowing her own needs and desires for the comfort of others. How often do we do the same? But when Sarah began to say no with quiet conviction, honoring her boundaries without guilt, how did those around her respond? Some felt uneasy, others respected her strength. Yet Sarah found a deep freedom she had never known. Could your no be the start of your own liberation? Look at Taylor Swift, the global superstar who once conformed to the music industry's expectations and public opinion. How often do we, like Taylor, feel pressured to fit into roles assigned by others? Yet, at some point, she stopped playing those roles. She reclaimed her voice, her music, and her narrative. This powerful choice invites us to reflect. How does her journey inspire you to take back your own story? Isaiah 41:10 encourages us with these words. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. How can you find courage and strength in that promise today? Or consider the natural world, the river that carves its own path through solid rock, not by force, but by persistent presence. In the same way, are you flowing steadily toward your purpose, no matter the obstacles you face? Imagine the changes that could come if you trusted your inner current as unwaveringly as that river does. And the most liberating part? You don't need to explain this journey to anyone, because the real you was never lost. It was simply waiting for the performance to end. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight." Could surrendering to that divine guidance be your path to true freedom? What new freedom might await on the other side of your no? You're not lost, you've just shifted altitudes. When your spirit begins operating from a higher frequency, the language of the lower no longer resonates. What once felt urgent now seems distracting. What once consumed your attention now barely echoes in your awareness. You're not avoiding life, you're attuning to a different signal altogether. Have you noticed how your silence has started to speak louder than your explanations? How your pause unsettles more than your reaction ever did? Perhaps your restraint has become your form of resistance. That's not distance, that's discernment. You're listening for instruction, not validation. As Isaiah 30:21 declares, "Your ears will hear a word behind you, saying, 'This is the way, walk in it.' When you turn to the right or when you turn to the left, you've learned to hear that voice and to obey it, even when it leads you away from what's familiar and comfortable." People may say, "You've changed," but what they really mean is that they can no longer predict you. You're no longer running on public opinion. You're not measuring yourself by other people's mirrors. So, what if your transformation isn't rejection but realignment? What if your peace is the loudest protest against chaos? You're moving with the quiet confidence of someone who has sat with the divine and returned whole. At this point, you're no longer interested in being understood by those who refuse to understand themselves. Think about Julia Child, who didn't even learn to cook until her late 30s, facing skepticism, rejection, and a male-dominated culinary world. Yet she never asked for permission. She studied, practiced, and persisted. Her unapologetic passion needed no applause to be real. Her journey wasn't fast, but it was faithful. She didn't fit the mold, she remade it. Even the sunflower knows to turn its face toward the sun. It doesn't justify it, it just does it, because alignment is more essential than approval. So why do we think we need permission to do the same? Philippians 4:6-7 reminds us, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." You're no longer conforming, you're transforming. So the question now isn't, will they understand me? But, am I listening to the one who called me? You're not above anyone. You're simply no longer beneath yourself. And that in itself is a holy return. They don't realize it, but when they say you've changed, what they really mean is, you've evolved past our comprehension. Your growth disrupted their system. Have you noticed how some expect you to stay the same, to fit neatly into their familiar box? Why is it so hard for them to accept your evolution? You no longer register on the emotional frequencies they use to reach you through shame, guilt, peer pressure, fear of loneliness. 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." What if your spirit is whispering to break free from those chains? Are you listening? You've outgrown those access points. You've become spiritually encrypted. Look at Beyoncé, who transformed from a pop star into a cultural icon, leading with authenticity, refusing to be boxed in by others' expectations. Like her, how can you lead with your true self, beyond the noise of judgment? You're not invisible because you disappeared. You're invisible because your vibration changed. They can't find you on the same frequency bands they used to scan. They're searching for a signal that no longer exists because you upgraded the entire motherboard of your being. Consider Maria, a single mother who once stayed quiet at community meetings to avoid conflict, but now speaks up passionately to advocate for her children's future. How did she find the courage to shed fear and embrace her voice? Could you do the same? John 1:5 assures us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." What light inside you refuses to be dimmed? Even nature shows us the phoenix tree, which sheds its old bark yearly, revealing fresh, vibrant layers beneath. It doesn't cling to the past, it renews itself in cycles, a perfect symbol of your spiritual evolution. What parts of your life are ready to be shed like old bark? Are you ready for that renewal? And it's not about being better, it's about finally being in alignment. Matthew 6:33 encourages, "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." Are you seeking what truly aligns with your soul, beyond external validation? You're not running from the world. You're moving in sync with something beyond it. Colossians 3:2 says, "Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things." What if your mind and heart were tuned to a higher frequency right now? What would that change for you? So, no, you're not lost. You're just no longer traceable by systems designed to control rather than understand. And maybe that's the clearest sign of your freedom yet. What freedom are you holding back because others expect you to stay the same? When will you choose to live fully in your true frequency? There's a reason your peace looks suspicious to those who can't function without chaos. Have you ever wondered why your silence unsettles them more than your presence ever did? Your peace doesn't look like surrender, it looks like rebellion to those addicted to noise, to those who measure aliveness by how frantic life feels, to those who believe chaos is a personality trait and drama the heartbeat of connection. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Matthew 5:9. So why does your peace feel like a threat? Could it be because you've stopped mirroring their internal war? When you stopped reacting, when you refused to jump into every argument, every guilt trip, every emotional trap, they didn't see healing. They saw offense. They saw distance. They saw danger. They confuse peace with punishment because, in their world, quiet has always meant the storm is coming. But what if, in your world, peace is the storm that clears the room? To those who only know how to function in dysfunction, your calm is suspicious. Your silence makes them restless, not because you're cold, but because they don't know how to exist without conflict. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Psalm 37:7. When was the last time they were still enough to hear something deeper than their own panic? Take Keanu Reeves, for example. Known for his quiet strength and emotional steadiness in an industry addicted to attention and drama, he's often labeled mysterious or distant. But what if, like you, he simply found peace that doesn't demand to be loud? Or consider Angela, a barista who once engaged in every customer's emotional storm, over-apologizing, over-explaining, over-extending. Now she smiles quietly, sets clear boundaries, and lets the energy pass. Some regulars don't like it, but her peace, it's finally her own. Even nature echoes this truth. The alpine lake, still and mirror-like at sunrise, is often mistaken for emptiness by those who only appreciate rushing rivers and crashing waves. But its depth, silence, and reflection hold more life than meets the eye. Could your peace be like that lake? Still, powerful, whole. You're not disengaged. You're simply no longer available for conversations that circle endlessly, for apologies that never lead to change, for emotional ping-pong matches designed to drain you. Do not cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them underfoot and turn to attack you. Matthew 7:6. Are you finally recognizing the worth of your energy, your time, your healing? You're not here to fix what doesn't want healing. You're not here to perform emotional CPR on people committed to staying unconscious. So ask yourself, whose chaos have you mistaken for connection? Whose drama have you called love? Whose noise have you allowed to drown out your clarity? What if your calm isn't withdrawal, but a calling? Here's what they don't understand. Your silence isn't withdrawal. It's a return to the sanctuary within you that they never knew existed. They don't realize you're not ignoring them out of spite. You're simply no longer available for cycles that dishonor your peace. They once mistook your presence for permission. Now that you've stopped responding, they feel abandoned. But really, you've reclaimed yourself. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. And that's exactly what you did. You came to the place of rest, and with it came your boundaries, your vision, your walk. They ask, why are you so distant now? But maybe the better question is, why did they only feel close when you were erasing yourself to keep the peace? Why did your silence have to mean submission instead of self-respect? What kind of connection requires your self-abandonment just to function? Take Claire, for example. She was the nice one, always the buffer, the emotional airbag in every explosion. People praised her calm, but no one asked what it cost her to maintain it. Until one day, she stopped. She stopped apologizing for needing space. She stopped rescuing people from fires they set themselves. And when she did, the silence around her was louder than any scream. But in that silence, she finally heard herself. Have you ever paused long enough to hear your own truth beneath all the noise? What if your silence isn't absence of love, but presence of clarity? Then there's Anthony Bourdain, a brilliant mind, a world traveler, a man who once lived in extremes of chaos, addiction, and performance. Yet, in his later years, something shifted. He began speaking about authenticity, simplicity, and finding joy in raw, unpolished human experience. He stopped chasing applause and started chasing presence. Many didn't understand the change, but he wasn't disappearing. He was finally becoming visible to himself. And though his journey ended tragically, it revealed something sacred. Even the loudest souls long for stillness. Have you noticed how the sea is often at its most powerful when it's calm? Still waters don't mean absence of movement, they mean depth. Be still before the Lord, all mankind, because he has roused himself from his holy dwelling. Zechariah 2:13. Is your stillness evidence of your authority? Could your calm be more radical than any argument you've ever had? Like a hawk learning to ride the wind instead of flapping to exhaustion, you rose. And now, you no longer hear the chaos from below, not because it's gone, but because your altitude has changed. You ask different questions now, not will they approve, but will I be at peace with God if I betray myself? Not will they leave if I say no, but why do I keep inviting storms into places I've already cleaned? And deeper still, what am I sacrificing every time I shrink to soothe someone else's insecurity? They say you've changed, but maybe what they're really saying is, your update disrupted our control, and it did, because you're no longer living in response to dysfunction. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. So let them call it exile, let them call it arrogance, but what if it's freedom? What if you were never meant to be understood by those still invested in your confusion? You know it's alignment, and alignment doesn't need to shout. It just walks, quietly, powerfully, and free. You're not rebranding, you're reclaiming. After all the noise, the chaos, and the exhausting performances, what if this moment isn't about becoming someone new, but about coming back to yourself? In other words, you're not putting on a new mask, you're finally peeling off the old ones. Have you ever wondered how many layers you've hidden beneath just to survive? This isn't a glossy rebrand designed to impress or appease anyone else. Rather, this is a sacred reclamation, a return to the parts of you buried under shame, silence, and generations of unspoken burdens. For I will restore health to you, and your wounds I will heal, declares the Lord. Jeremiah 30:17. Isn't this what healing truly feels like? Not a fresh start, but a restoration of what was always meant to be. Think about J.K. Rowling, once a struggling single mother facing rejection after rejection, yet she reclaimed her passion for storytelling and transformed her life through her authentic voice. How many times have you felt on the edge, only to find that your true self was waiting quietly beneath the struggle? The version they see now isn't the new you, it's the original you, returning from exile. How many times did you say yes when your soul screamed no? How many times did you silence your voice just to keep the peace? How long did you shrink yourself to fit inside their limits? Consider Lisa, a school teacher in your community who for years prioritized everyone's needs but her own. One day, she decided to reclaim her dreams of writing and personal growth, showing us that reclaiming your true self is possible no matter where you start. Could your story be just as transformative? You weren't really living, you were surviving, wearing roles, performing for the comfort of others, sacrificing your own wholeness for their ease. Have you ever asked yourself, whose life were you really living? But now something has shifted, not from anger, but from awakening. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. Your broken pieces are being gathered. Your silenced voice is returning. The dreams you buried are rising again. And instead of shaping your life around being acceptable, you're building it around being aligned. Imagine the sunflower turning steadily toward the sun each day, unbothered by shadows or storms, trusting the light that sustains it. Like the sunflower, are you willing to seek what nourishes your soul above all else? Is it really ego, or is it the quiet strength of someone finally free? Is it arrogance, or clarity born from survival and truth? For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Psalm 139:13-14. What if this is not rebellion but obedience? What if your journey back to yourself is exactly what freedom looks like? This is not a performance anymore. This is remembrance. This is restoration. They think it's just a phase. They call it ego. They whisper that you're trying to be something you're not, but they're wrong. You're not performing, you're remembering. What you're remembering unnerves those who have made peace with forgetting themselves. So what happens when your remembrance of who you truly are exposes their willingness to forget who they were always meant to be? You didn't elevate yourself to impress others. You elevated because staying stuck became too costly. As it says, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal. Philippians 3:13-14. You're not chasing fleeting aesthetics. You're chasing integration. You're not showing off. You're showing up, fully, finally, and unapologetically. Where does your glow come from? Is it approval or alignment? Your glow doesn't come from trends or external validation. It comes from truth. Take Emma Watson, for example. She once said that becoming herself meant breaking free from the expectations tied to being Hermione forever. She walked away from public pressure, not because she was lost, but because she was reclaiming the parts of herself buried beneath performance. And truth is magnetic to those who are aligned, yet threatening to the spiritually bankrupt. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters. Colossians 3:23. That's why some people treat your growth like it's violence. They feel exposed by your wholeness because it highlights their own avoidance. They call your healing arrogance because it means they can no longer control you through your wounds. But can they still hold sway over someone who no longer bleeds for their comfort? Consider Lily, a single mother of 2, who used to shapeshift in every relationship just to avoid abandonment. One day, she stopped apologizing for her boundaries. She chose therapy over toxic loyalty, silence over pointless arguments. Her peace became her rebellion, and people called her cold. But she wasn't cold. She was finally warm with herself. You're not rebranding, you're restoring. You're not seeking applause, you're walking in authority. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. And the reason they can't handle you now, it's because you're no longer playing a role in their story. You're writing your own. Even in nature, a snake must shed its skin when it no longer fits. This is not punishment, it's necessary. The old skin doesn't simply fall off. The snake must press through friction and discomfort to step into its next stage. Is the snake being dramatic, or is it simply obeying the law of growth? And this time, you're the author, not the actor. When you start shedding what no longer serves you, you become a mirror reflecting what others have chosen to avoid. So, what parts of yourself have you been afraid to reveal? And who do you see reflected back when you stand fully in your truth? Therefore, each of you must put off falsehood and speak truthfully to your neighbor. Ephesians 4:25. Are you ready to live in that kind of truth, even when it feels risky? Your evolution didn't make you a threat. Instead, it made you a mirror. Not the kind admired for beauty or charm, but the kind that shows everything they've been trying to outrun. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Luke 6:41. How often do we judge others while ignoring our own flaws? Can we hold our own mirror with grace before pointing fingers? You didn't provoke them. You didn't insult them. You simply became clear, and that clarity made you a living truth detector. By existing in your authenticity, you expose what they've buried deep inside. Consider LeBron James on the basketball court. His discipline and excellence shine so brightly that it challenges others to face their own lack of effort. He doesn't attack, he simply shows what's possible. When has someone else's success made you reflect on your own path? Iron sharpens iron, and one man sharpens another. Proverbs 27:17. Who are the irons sharpening your life today? People don't always hate you for who you are. They hate how you make them feel about themselves. Your presence reminds them of the work they've neglected, the healing they avoided, the standards they lowered. Think about John, a quiet office worker who, after years of people-pleasing, began to say no and set boundaries. His newfound calm unsettled his co-workers, not because he changed, but because they were forced to face their own resistance to change. What changes have you made that caused discomfort in those around you? A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. How can your calm be a source of peace rather than conflict? Even in nature, the firefly shines its light in the darkness, revealing paths and shadows alike. It doesn't choose to expose the dark, it just fulfills its purpose. Are you ready to let your light shine, even if it uncovers what others try to hide? You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. How brightly is your light shining today? That light doesn't ask for permission or questions. It simply reveals. You never demanded others change. But when you started living with integrity, they felt judged by the contrast. You became living proof of what's possible. And that terrifies those who believe survival is all they can hope for. Be made new in the attitude of your minds, and to put on the new self, created to be like God in true righteousness and holiness. Ephesians 4:23-24. Are you embracing that transformation, even when it asks you to step beyond your comfort zone? So tell me, are you ready to hold that mirror steady, even when others look away? Are you willing to stand firm in your truth when the world prefers shadows? You started choosing peace over performance, boundaries over approval, inner truth over outer applause. And in doing so, you broke something in the illusion they were clinging to. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. Isaiah, remember that God's strength is your anchor. It wasn't about you being better. It was about you being braver. Braver than the version of them that gave up a long time ago. Take Serena Williams, for example. She faced relentless criticism, yet chose to rise, not to please the crowd, but to honor her own spirit. How often do we mistake bravery for arrogance? That's why they call you intense, why they gossip, why they distance themselves. Because when you speak your truth without bitterness, when you smile without needing validation, when you walk away without explanation, they realize they're still negotiating with people you've already outgrown. They're trying to control a soul that's already free. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. So, what holds you back from shining fully? Think about David, a small-town nurse who learned to say no after years of people-pleasing. His new calm unsettled his friends because it forced them to confront their own discomfort with change. When was the last time your growth challenged someone else? You're not triggering them. They've been triggered for years. You just happen to be the one showing them that their mask is slipping. You became the unspoken question, why haven't you faced yourself yet? And most people would rather resent the mirror than do the hard inner work. Create in me a pure heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Psalm 51, verse 10. Will you allow your heart to be renewed, even if it means discomfort? Look at the moon. It doesn't force the sea, yet it moves oceans, quietly, rhythmically, unshakably. It reveals hidden tides and shifts the entire coastline in silence. Are you ready to become that quiet force, shaping your life with inner gravity? But here's the truth. That's not your burden to carry. You're not here to make others comfortable in their denial. You're here to reflect what's real. And that's not arrogance, it's alignment. But when you stop dimming your light to keep others comfortable, something profound begins to shift. Your authority is quiet, yet it's making noise in the spirit realm. This authority doesn't come with a spotlight, a crowd, or a title. And yet, it's shaking things at the root. You don't need to announce your power, because your presence has become the announcement. But let the one who boasts boast about this, that they have the understanding to know me. Jeremiah 9:24. So when the world demands performance, can you rest in knowing that your authority comes from God, not applause? You've entered a timeline where your life speaks louder than any speech ever could. The way you move, decide, detach, and protect your peace, it's all a frequency now, a vibration that the spiritual realm responds to before you even open your mouth. What does your presence say before you even speak? What energy are you carrying into the spaces you enter? Who are you when no one is watching? You're not just walking differently, you're walking with permission from the divine. And that's what changes everything. Consider actor Zendaya, who doesn't chase headlines or drama, yet carries a quiet, radiant confidence that shifts every room she enters. She doesn't have to shout. Her alignment speaks volumes. When was the last time your stillness made more impact than your words? Are you ready to stop chasing noise and start embodying truth? The old version of you was waiting to be picked, chosen, validated. But that version died quietly the moment you realized the throne wasn't out there, it was inside. The kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:21. Have you been looking for authority in the wrong places? You stopped asking to sit at tables where your spirit never fit. Instead, you built your own, with contracts written in truth, not trauma. Think of Daniel, a retired school janitor who started volunteering at a youth center. No one asked him to show up with wisdom, consistency, and kindness, but his presence began transforming young lives simply because he walked in quiet purpose. So, what tables have you outgrown, and what new ones are you being called to create? Where are you being invited to show up? Not louder, but deeper. Many people think silence means you've stepped back, but in the spiritual realm, your silence is strategy, it's declaration, it's proof that you don't have to beg or prove anymore. Even the trees understand this. They grow in silence, rooted and reaching toward the light, year after year. No permission, no performance. What are you becoming in the quiet that no one sees yet? What if the invisible work is the most sacred of all? Your alignment is your authority. In returning and rest you shall be saved. In quietness and trust shall be your strength. Isaiah 30:15. Could it be that your stillness is your strength? Have you learned to trust the stillness as deeply as the movement? And when you speak now, it's not from ego, it's from divine jurisdiction. So let them wonder, let them misinterpret the silence. You know who authorized your voice, and heaven already heard you. You're not trying to be heard, you already are. By forces most people don't even believe in. Your choices are no longer based on reactions, they're based on vision, on codes only your spirit can interpret. Call to me and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. Have you started to trust the answers that don't come through words but through knowing? And when you say no now, it's not rebellion, it's protection. When you disappear, it's not withdrawal, it's recalibration. What are you protecting when you say no? What might you reclaim by withdrawing from what no longer aligns with your soul? The spirit realm recognizes it. That's why things start shifting behind the scenes when you take action. Why doors open without you knocking. Why some people exit your life without warning. It's not rejection, it's spiritual housekeeping. Every plant that my Heavenly Father has not planted will be pulled up by the roots. Matthew 15:13. Could the endings you fear actually be divine pruning? Just like Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, not wasting away, but realigning with a calling far beyond what anyone expected. When he emerged, he didn't need to explain himself. His presence was the announcement. Or like Emily, a single mother of 3 who stopped attending every draining family gathering just to avoid gossip. At first they said she was cold, but over time they realized she was becoming whole. Her no wasn't rejection, it was rebirth. Even the butterfly disappears into the cocoon, hidden, silent, uncelebrated, only to emerge with wings no one saw coming. What are you still calling a breakdown when it may actually be your breakthrough in disguise? The unseen world is responding to the rank you now carry. You don't need applause, you don't need a crowd, you don't even need to be understood. Are you still chasing validation from people who don't speak the same spiritual language as you? Can you rest in the truth that some victories are invisible, but no less real? Because what's happening is bigger than visibility. It's about vibration, and your frequency no longer plays in the background. It's center stage in the places that matter most, where angels move, contract, shift, and unseen battles are being won in your favor. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers. Ephesians 6:12. What spiritual battles are you winning simply by standing in alignment? That's real authority. Quiet to the world, thunderous in the spirit. So now, when they whisper, "You've changed," let them. That statement isn't an accusation, it's an unintended confirmation. What if their discomfort is the evidence of your deliverance? How many masks did you wear just to be accepted in rooms you've now outgrown? It means the spell is broken, the mask is gone, the performance has ended. You didn't just change, you returned. And I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten. Joel 2:25. What parts of yourself are being restored that you thought were lost forever? You didn't rise to impress the world. You resurrected to reclaim what the world tried to bury. You stopped asking for permission from broken systems. You stopped watering dead soil just to prove your loyalty. And you stopped shrinking to fit rooms that required your silence to feel safe. So now ask yourself, where are you being called to expand, even if doing so offends those who preferred your smallness? And who might you become when you finally stop negotiating with your own power? Pause and reflect deeply on these questions, for they hold the key to your next level of growth. That withdrawal of consent, that quiet, unwavering refusal to betray yourself ever again, marks the very place where your new authority was born. It is in this moment of inner conviction that true power begins to take root. Do you not know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. Have you fully embraced this truth, recognizing that you are a temple, sacred and untouchable? Consider how often you consciously protect your spirit as you would a holy place, guarding it from intrusion, from compromise. Let them speculate, let them talk. They are not witnessing your downfall, rather they are bearing witness to your upgrade. Your stillness is not passivity. Your detachment is not bitterness. Your glow is not arrogance. Instead, all these signs point to a profound shift. You have stepped into spiritual governance. You have signed soul-level contracts now, ones not written in ink, but inscribed in frequency. Think of Fred Rogers, a man who chose kindness and calm in a turbulent media world. His gentle voice and steady presence shaped generations, not by shouting the loudest, but by speaking truth with love and integrity. He never performed for applause. He embodied authenticity even when the world around him was chaotic. So, ask yourself, are you ready to embody your truth, even when the world around you is noisy and chaotic? You have exited timelines that relied on your confusion to survive. You didn't just move differently, you moved higher. Consider Anna, a mid-level manager who used to overwork, overgive, and over-explain just to be seen. One day, she simply stopped. She left meetings she once tolerated, declined tasks she once absorbed, and quietly watched as those who benefited from her confusion faded away. What she lost in approval, she gained in clarity. Now reflect, what timelines are you still fueling by holding on to confusion or trying to please others? This shift you are making is not merely personal, it is prophetic. You have become a living contradiction to every narrative that said you wouldn't make it without playing small. Even in nature, the eagle doesn't flap around to prove its power. It rises effortlessly on thermals, while others remain grounded, caught in the noise. Could your elevation be just as effortless as the eagle's flight? If only you trusted the currents beneath you. This is a spiritual interruption to every lie that claimed your power came from performance. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Have you remembered the original plan God had for you, even before the world tried to define your worth? This isn't a phase, it's a divine reintroduction. So walk in your clarity, walk in your verdict, walk in your quiet thunder. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. What battles can you win today by simply trusting and being still? You don't need to explain a frequency they were never tuned into. Let your life be the sermon, your peace be the protest, and your wholeness be the proof. You're not becoming, you've arrived, and every dimension knows it. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. Are you ready to walk fully into the purpose for which you were created? Being God's chosen one means stepping into a new timeline, a timeline not shaped by the world's chaos or approval, but by divine authority and spiritual alignment. This is not merely a change, it is a profound return to your true self, the original version God designed with purpose and power. While this transformation may unsettle others around you, it remains your sacred calling to walk boldly in the peace, boundaries, and truth that now define who you are. So ask yourself, are you ready to embrace this new authority fully? To live out the prophetic purpose written deep within your spirit and impact the unseen realm with your clarity and peace? Keep close to heart the words from Romans 12:2. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Your transformation is far greater than a personal journey. It is a spiritual revolution. If this message has spoken to your heart, please take a moment to like, share, and comment below. Join our growing community by subscribing, so together we can encourage one another to walk in alignment and divine authority. Whether you support us through super thanks or simply by being here, know that your presence is a blessing and your growth inspires us all. May God's peace guard your heart, His wisdom guide your steps, and His power uphold your authority. Walk confidently, knowing that you are deeply loved, divinely chosen, and truly unstoppable. Be blessed, be bold, and be aligned. Have you ever felt like you were living in the shadows of your own calling? Like your spirit had already arrived somewhere your circumstances hadn't caught up to yet? Chosen one, this message is not a coincidence. It's confirmation. You didn't just imagine the pull, the pressure, the divine preparation. You were marked long ago, and now the world is about to see it. For years, you walked with a knowing no one else could hear, a quiet frequency that didn't make sense to those around you. You weren't wrong. You weren't too deep, too spiritual, or too sensitive. You were just early. You were entrusted with vision before validation, purpose before platform. And now, everything that once ignored you is being commanded to recognize what heaven always knew. You were chosen. Drop a 777 in the comments if you know exactly what it feels like to be overlooked in public while God was building you in private. And to every beautiful soul who has supported this space through super thanks, I want you to know, your seed, your presence, and your faith are never invisible. I see you. I honor you. You are part of this unveiling. Because now, something is shifting. The silence is breaking. The delay is over. And what's coming next will make everything you've carried in secret impossible to ignore. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, God is finally showing the world who you really are. For so long, it didn't look divine, did it? It looked like delay, like doors closing just before your hand could reach the handle, like watching others walk into the very opportunities you prayed for, while you stood at the edge of readiness with no one calling your name. It looked like showing up early to a promise that hadn't even been written on the world's calendar yet. And it didn't just sting, it carved something silent and sacred in. Have you ever sat in a room where everyone clapped for someone who only imitated the very thing you had already lived? Have you ever watched someone be celebrated for what you endured in secret? You knew what you carried was real, yet the invitations went elsewhere. Your patience was misunderstood. Your silence was misread, while others. But here's what they didn't see. You weren't begging for entry. You were building endurance. You weren't trying to be noticed. You were being needed. And now, in the most unexpected way, life is circling back. Like rivers returning to their source, the very things that bypassed you are beginning to make their way back around. Not because the world finally matured, but because God is declaring it's your time. Think of Esther, hidden in the palace for such a time as this. Her preparation wasn't public, it was strategic. Her beauty was seen, but it was her bravery that would one day save a nation. And when the time came, it wasn't Esther who knocked on opportunity's door. She was summoned. Esther 4:14. Just like you, chosen one, you've been prepared for a moment that won't require you to shout. It will require you to show up, and everything in the room will respond to what's already inside you. And think of Jonathan Majors, once a homeless teenager sleeping in his car, labeled too intense, too different, even after graduating from Yale's School of Drama. For years he was passed over for roles that couldn't see the gravity in his quiet. But he kept showing up, not with noise, but with substance. And then came The Last Black Man in San Francisco, a film not built for mass appeal, but for depth. That role opened doors Hollywood had locked. He didn't arrive shouting. He arrived carrying presence, just like you. Have you noticed how people who used to overlook you now pause? Not because they gained insight, but because your presence interrupts the illusion they built around your absence. You're no longer who they imagined you were. And that unsettles their certainty. You were the quiet one, the humble one, the too much or not enough one. And now your life contradicts every label they ever tried to attach to you. There's something holy about becoming undeniable. I want to tell you about Jerome, a janitor from Delaware who cleaned hospital floors for nearly 30 years. Every morning before dawn, he'd pray in every corridor he mopped, asking God to bless the patients in those rooms. Nurses noticed how their toughest nights became strangely peaceful after he passed through. Then one day, a patient, unaware of who he was, shared in a podcast how an angel in scrubs would pass by at 4 a.m., and she would suddenly feel calm. That testimony sparked a story that led national news to his door, but Jerome never stopped mopping. He just did it now, knowing the world had caught up to what God had always known. He wasn't just cleaning floors, he was sanctifying space. You remind me of that. You didn't need applause to activate your assignment. You didn't need followers to validate your faithfulness. And now the fruit is growing where no one thought soil existed. Isn't that what Jesus meant when he said, "But many who are first will be last, and many who are last will be first"? Matthew 19:30. You were placed in the shadows not to shrink, but to sprout. And now, like wildflowers breaking through asphalt, your purpose is blooming in places no one believed life could emerge. Let me introduce you to Miriam, a single mother in Portugal who worked night shifts in a laundromat. Every break she wrote poetry on napkins and cardboard. She never published, she never posted, but her words carried oil. One day, her daughter uploaded one of her pieces online. It went viral, not because of marketing, but because truth has a resonance that algorithms can't replicate. Today, her poems are studied in schools across the country. And she still writes on napkins. Have you felt this too? That strange pull in the atmosphere. Like the wind has shifted, but no one else seems to be talking about it yet. That's because they didn't feel the forecast. But you did. You always have. And now the weather is finally catching up to your discernment. It's like watching an eclipse form in slow motion. Everyone stares in awe when the shadow reaches the center, but you've been tracking its path for years. You knew this convergence was coming. Your life is now aligning with a reality your soul has already made peace with. And what about Simon, the fisherman turned apostle? When Jesus called him, he didn't say, "Come prove yourself." He said, "Follow me, and I will make you a fisher of men." Matthew 4:19. The authority came not from performance, but presence. You're not stepping into this season because you changed who you are. You're stepping in because your consistency changed the atmosphere around you. Have you ever wondered why your softness irritated those who clung to superficial strength? Why your patience felt threatening to those addicted to chaos? It's because you're not a noise in the room, you're a frequency. And when true alignment enters, everything out of tune becomes uncomfortable. You are the North Star some will try to ignore until they realize it's the only point that doesn't shift. I'll tell you one more story about Nico, a man who once lived in the back of a food truck he helped fix but didn't own. He made sandwiches with so much care that customers returned just to see him smile. One day, a tourist took a photo of his handwritten menu and posted it. That picture sparked a movement of people seeking him out. Today, Nico owns 3 restaurants, not because he hustled, but because he honored what was in his hands when no one was watching. That's your story too, isn't it? You honored the vision long before it had results. You spoke life over empty soil. You prepared when no one promised to show up. And now that transformation is near completion, your life is meeting you where your soul has already arrived. You're not stepping into this season with noise or applause. You're stepping in with the quiet force of divine inevitability. They see you now, chosen one. But not because you changed. It's because you endured without bitterness and rose without permission. You're not just being seen, you're being revealed. They never saw it coming, did they? Your survival, your softness, the way your spirit stayed intact after so many storms tried to shatter it. They expected silence to suffocate you. They expected absence to erase you. They expected the weight to weaken you. But you, chosen one, you did something far more dangerous than breaking down. You remained. You kept breathing when breath felt like betrayal. You kept building while others doubted there was anything left to salvage. You protected your heart without hardening it. And now that strength is showing, not through dominance or declarations, but through presence. How do you explain the quiet kind of power that doesn't demand attention, but shifts the atmosphere when it enters a room? How do you describe the confidence that doesn't need to announce itself because it already knows where it belongs? Is it possible that you were never meant to be loud, just lasting? You walk like someone who has nothing left to prove, but everything left to fulfill. And if you've been feeling it lately, that strange, unspoken pull in the air, that's not pride and it's not imagination. It's the signal of arrival. It's the weight of your life catching up with your anointing. People will call it glow, or coincidence, or luck. But you know the truth. This isn't just your season. It's your emergence. You see, being hidden wasn't punishment. It was preservation. God didn't sideline you to forget you. He concealed you to form you. Just like Gideon, who was threshing wheat in hiding when God called him mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. Before he ever held a sword, he had to wrestle with self-doubt. So did you. Before the mantle ever fit your shoulders, your heart had to grow strong enough to carry it. People love the visible, the polished, the instant. But heaven doesn't work on viral timelines. God has always chosen the hidden places for his deepest work. Think of Hannah praying silently in the temple, mocked, misunderstood, but birthing a prophet who would anoint kings. 1 Samuel 1:12-20. Or consider the cave of Adullam, where David gathered not warriors, but the broken, the rejected, and turned them into legends. And doesn't that mirror your story? The way you gathered pieces of yourself in silence, built faith without applause, planted promise in invisible fields. What if the reason your timeline didn't make sense wasn't because you were behind, but because you were ahead? Why do you think your timeline looked so different? Why did it seem like everyone else passed you while you stayed still? It's because you were being carved out, not cast out. The delay was deliberate. The silence was strategy. God was guarding what was growing inside you. Had you been revealed too soon, they would have mistaken your depth for decoration. your message would have been marketed as a moment instead of a movement. Let me tell you about Reuben, a tailor from Lagos who made custom suits by hand in a small stall under a corrugated roof. He stitched quietly for 18 years, making garments for people no one photographed. One day, a bride's father, an unassuming client, turned out to be a top fashion editor. He wore Reuben's suit to an award show. Overnight, Reuben's tiny stall was flooded with international orders, but he didn't change his rhythm. He still prays before sewing, still finishes every piece with a single hand-stitched cross inside the lining, not for trend, for testimony. That's the difference, isn't it? You weren't made to trend. You were made to transform. And transformation takes time. It takes discipline. It takes letting go of the need to be seen so that you can become something worth seeing. You weren't wasting time in the shadows. You were being shaped in them. Your vision was too weighty for mass approval. Your calling too sacred for casual consumption. You didn't fold for fame. You stayed faithful for fruit. And now that fruit is sprouting in real time. Not loudly, not for spectacle, but undeniably. Have you felt it yet? That internal stretch, that quiet knowing that your soul has been waiting for your life to catch up. You're not imagining it. I once heard of Lena, a gardener in the Scottish Highlands. She grew heirloom roses that didn't bloom for the first 5 years. Most neighbors thought she was wasting her time. They whispered, mocked, doubted. But on the 6th spring, her garden exploded in color. Roses layered in fragrance so rich, tourists now travel hours just to walk past her gate. They weren't late, she said once in an interview. They were just deepening their roots. So were you. And speaking of deep roots, remember the words of the prophet Isaiah. So when the proper time comes, the Lord will make it happen quickly. Isaiah 60:22. You didn't miss your moment. You were being rooted for rapid manifestation. That's the thing about seeds planted in silence. They grow roots first, not petals. They don't beg for attention when they break through the soil. They simply rise. And when they do, you can't unsee them. You can't deny their place. Neither can you deny yours anymore. And yes, even those in the spotlight had to be hidden once. Oprah Winfrey, now a global icon of influence, was once told she was unfit for television, fired from her first job, doubted, laughed at. But what the world called a failure was heaven's way of saying, not yet. The next time she was seen, she wasn't auditioning, she was anchoring. Not because she changed her tone, but because her timing had caught up with her truth. That's your story too, isn't it? You honored the vision long before it had results. You spoke life over empty soil. You prepared when no one promised to show up. And now that transformation is near completion, your life is meeting you where your soul has already arrived. You're not stepping into this season with noise or applause. You're stepping in with the quiet force of divine inevitability. They see you now, chosen one. But not because you changed. It's because you endured without bitterness and rose without permission. You're not just being seen. You're being revealed. You can feel it, can't you? That strange yet sacred stretch, like something beneath the surface of your life, is expanding, too quietly to explain, but too powerfully to ignore. It's in the way your spirit leans forward, even when your schedule doesn't yet reflect the shift. It's in the way the pieces of your world, people, opportunities, revelations, are starting to click into place around what you've carried in your spirit for years. But what does it mean when the shift begins before the confirmation? Have you wondered why your soul seems to arrive before your circumstances do? Could it be that the divine blueprint was always ahead of your earthly timeline? Have you noticed that the things which once felt resistant are now opening? That the conversations around you have changed, even though you didn't force them? That what used to drain you no longer demands your energy? And what used to feel far away is suddenly within reach? You're not imagining it. This isn't coincidence. it's evidence. The world around you is beginning to rearrange itself, not because you became someone new, but because you finally stopped shrinking who you already were. The you that was once hidden behind politeness, behind waiting your turn, behind overthinking, has stepped forward without asking for permission. And even if no one says it aloud, they feel it too. There's a quiet recalibration happening when you enter the room. They don't know why, but the atmosphere bends. The current shifts. The story they told themselves about you no longer matches what stands before them. Because now, you don't walk with hesitation, you walk with holy alignment. You're not loud about it. You're not changing your outfit or your accent or your volume. But there's something in your posture now that speaks louder than noise. The way you move, it's not pride, it's prophecy. You're moving like someone who knows that time is no longer something you chase. It's something that follows you, like Mary of Bethany, who didn't run with the crowd, but chose the quiet feet of Jesus while others fought for position. She has chosen what is better, and it will not be taken away from her. Luke 10:42. You've chosen wisely too, not to perform, but to align. And now the reward is unfolding, not in applause, but in divine recognition. Let me tell you about Jalen, a young man who once worked as a night cleaner in a corporate tower in Dubai. While others slept, he memorized floor plans, watched industry news on his phone, and left handwritten notes of encouragement on executive desks. One morning, a CEO returned early from travel, saw the notes, and asked to meet the person behind them. 2 years later, Jalen didn't just get hired, he was promoted to head of employee culture. He didn't climb, he carried, and that presence carried him. Isn't that what's happening to you now? You're not rising because you applied louder, you're rising because you're resonating deeper. The frequency of your spirit is matching the timing of your life. Even creation understands this. Think of the ocean's tide. It doesn't roar when it pulls back. It moves in rhythm with the moon, silently but surely reshaping every coastline it touches. That's you. You are the tide the world didn't see coming. You are the quiet revolution, moving through rooms that once overlooked you. But maybe the ocean metaphor still feels distant. Then picture this, the slow golden crawl of sunlight over the edge of a mountain range. Dawn doesn't announce itself with sound, it simply arrives, and when it does, everything changes. The shadows back away, the trees catch fire in color. That's the light you're walking in now. There's a quote from author and philosopher Lacey Carter. True influence doesn't demand space, it becomes the space. That's what your presence is doing now. It's not entering to compete, it's entering to command. And speaking of legacy, consider the story of Viola Davis, an Academy Award-winning actress who grew up in deep poverty, battling shame, hunger, and invisibility. For years, she auditioned and got passed over, told she didn't look the part, didn't fit the mold. But she kept showing up, not with noise, but with raw presence. Today, when Viola speaks, people don't just listen, they lean in. Why? Because the gravity she carries wasn't rushed. It was earned in silence, in waiting rooms, in whispered no's that never stopped her from becoming. And as the shift deepens, people may not compliment you, but they will comply. They may not understand you, but they will adjust. Because when God begins to spotlight what he's been building in the dark, even silence has weight. Even stillness speaks. The prophet Habakkuk once wrote, "Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Habakkuk 2:3. But look also at Isaiah 60:22. When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen. That promise isn't poetic fluff, it's eternal design. What you carried privately is now finding its public echo. And what's more powerful than that? You didn't beg for the room, you became the resonance. You've become a walking confirmation of God's timing. Let me ask you, what if the delay wasn't punishment but protection? What if your slow season was the scaffolding for a stage you're only now stepping onto? So if you've ever felt like your life was being slowly rearranged without your permission, let this be your confirmation. It wasn't rearranging around your fear, it was organizing around your future. This is not coincidence. This is convergence. And you, chosen one, you're not just stepping into divine timing, you are divine timing in motion. You no longer fit into the roles people once assigned you. And isn't that strange? How uncomfortable it feels when the clothes they once tailored for you no longer fit. Not because you've become arrogant, but because you've grown in truth. You tried to be the quiet one, the helper, the background person. You tried to wear the mask of meekness they understood, of invisibility they accepted. But now the seams are tearing. Not because you're reaching too far, but because your spirit outgrew the shelf they built for it. Have you ever looked around at the spaces you once called safe and wondered why they now feel so small? Why rooms that used to comfort you suddenly echo with dissonance? Why does it feel like the air itself is thinner in places where you once thrived? Could it be that you've simply outgrown the atmosphere of smallness? Not in ego, but in essence. Have you ever felt that inner tension, the kind where you walk into familiar rooms and feel like a stranger, like your energy no longer matches the frequency of the space, even if your smile still fits? That's not you changing to impress. That's you shedding the assumptions others placed on you. The mold is cracking, not because you forced it, but because you grew roots too wide and wings too vast. And the most holy part of it all? You didn't force your growth. You didn't campaign for attention. You simply stayed faithful to the whisper God gave you in the quiet, before it had language, before it had an audience. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Jeremiah 17:7. That was you, rooted in trust, not applause, anchored in identity, not image. The kind of trust that makes you walk forward even when the road doesn't reveal itself. The kind of quiet that builds mountains inside your soul. Let me tell you about someone you might know. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, author of The Little Prince. He was told by publishers his story was too strange, too childlike, too quiet for a serious audience. But he didn't rewrite it to fit their mold. He trusted the purity of what was whispered to him. Decades later, his words have circled the globe and reshaped how millions think about innocence, loss, and wonder. He didn't write it to be understood. He wrote it to be true. And what about Eva, a single mother in Poland who worked 3 jobs to support her family? No one saw her late nights spent studying policy reform after cleaning offices. But when a local council was searching for someone who could bridge legal knowledge with lived compassion, it was Eva they called. She didn't push her way into the room. Her integrity pulled her in. You've done the same. You've chosen truth over trend, wholeness over hype, legacy over image. And now your inner landscape has expanded so far beyond the confines of who they thought you were. It makes their assumptions collapse under their own weight. Think of the bamboo tree, how it spends years growing only underground, seemingly motionless to the outside eye. People may think nothing is happening, but all the while it is forming a vast, intricate root system. And then, when the time's right, it can shoot up feet in just days. It's not fast growth, it's ready growth. That's you now. You're not rejecting where you've been. You're responding to who you've become. There's a quote by actress Viola Davis, who rose from poverty to become an Oscar winner through raw perseverance and truth. I always knew I deserved more, not because I was entitled, but because I refused to believe that brokenness was my only inheritance. You resonate with that, don't you? Because the ache you've carried wasn't weakness, it was sacred evidence of more. I remember the story of Zahra, a woman who worked for years as a typist at a legal firm. Everyone called her the Silent Shadow, but she spent her evenings studying human rights law, tutoring local girls in her neighborhood, and praying for discernment. One day, the firm was facing a crisis: wrongful eviction cases tied to vulnerable families. Zara stepped forward with a quietly built case file, full of research and legal precision. She didn't just help win in court, she shifted the firm's entire mission, and she never changed her tone. She simply let her consistency speak. And so have you. You're not trying to escape your past. You're simply no longer compatible with the container it offered you. It was never designed to hold who you're becoming. The version of you they knew needed approval. The version of you emerging now needs alignment. Can you feel the space you once settled for now, pulling at the edges of your soul like a shirt 2 sizes too small? It's not rebellion, it's revelation. There's a reason God kept you hidden. There's a reason you weren't promoted when others were. Had you conformed to their image of you, you would have forfeited the image God was forming in you. And now that essence is expanding. Not in ego, but in evidence. You didn't shout, you didn't announce, you didn't rush. You grew, layer by holy layer, and that's why no one can take this from you. What God opens, no one can shut, and what He shuts, no one can open. Revelation 3:7. That is the seal over your season. So, when they look at you now and hesitate, when they try to place you in the box you once accepted, don't shrink, don't explain, don't apologize for evolving. You are no longer here to fit. You are here to fill the space only you were created to occupy. And that, chosen one, is the most powerful unfolding of all. Now the unveiling has begun. Can you feel it? That subtle shift when what was once buried beneath silence starts pressing toward the surface. And strangely enough, it's not the waiting that shakes you, it's the wondering if anything was ever happening at all. You lived through long seasons that felt like blank pages in a story you were promised would be divine. Not a sentence, not a plot twist, just quiet, stillness, shadows. And through it all your faith whispered, keep turning the page. Have you ever looked at a calendar and thought, is heaven even counting these days? Have you ever sat in a moment so still, so achingly uneventful, you questioned whether you missed something God was trying to say? You weren't waiting for glory. You weren't demanding light. You just wanted to feel seen by your own life. But for a while, it felt like nothing saw you back. The mirror didn't reflect movement. The prayers felt like echoes bouncing off walls with no reply. You poured effort into your days, like water into desert soil. And nothing sprouted, at least not where eyes could see. And still, you remained. You didn't fake belief. You fought for it. You didn't hide your doubt. You carried it quietly beside your hope. You didn't dare speak those questions aloud. Did I misunderstand the assignment? Was I supposed to pivot sooner? Did all that pain mean nothing at all? But deep down, under layers of fatigue and uncelebrated discipline, you never let the light go out. You were a lantern behind frosted glass, dim to the world, but burning steady for heaven. That, beloved, was not failure. That was sacred construction behind closed doors. Think of the giant sequoia tree. For its first several years, it sends its roots deeper and deeper before even pushing a sprout above ground. It looks lifeless from the surface, but beneath, an entire network of strength is forming. That was you, not stagnant, structuring. I want to tell you about Emilia, a baker in a quiet corner of Florence, Italy. For years, she rose before dawn to knead dough by hand in a dim-lit basement kitchen. Her pastries went unnoticed by critics, unseen by tourists. But one stormy winter, a stranded food journalist stumbled into her shop. One bite changed his entire itinerary, and hers. His write-up didn't just bring visitors, it brought legacy. But Emilia hadn't changed her recipe. She had just stayed faithful while no one was watching. You did the same. You kept tending to your soul even when the sky stayed silent. You kept honoring the sacred even when no one saw what you were carrying. And now the soil has finally caught up with your seed. And isn't that what alignment truly is? Not perfection, not the absence of questions, just that deep, grounded resonance inside your chest whispering, "This was never for nothing." Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. You didn't give up. You didn't rush. You didn't need to be seen to become something real. And now, life itself is echoing back what you've carried all along. Even that ache you felt when others were praised and platforms passed you over, it was real. It was painful, but it wasn't the final word. It wasn't rejection. It was redirection. It wasn't delay. It was design. Let me share one more name with you, Morgan Freeman. Did you know he didn't land his breakout role until he was 52? Most would have given up after decades of being overlooked. But he didn't perform to prove. He waited with presence. And when the door opened, the world recognized what was already rooted. That's you now. The unveiling is not about them seeing someone new. It's about them finally seeing what God's been building all along. And you're stepping into rooms where your name has already been whispered. Places where your presence was prepared before you arrived. People are leaning in now, not because you changed your tone, but because your frequency has been refined. You're not adjusting your voice to be heard. You're walking in such alignment that the world has no choice but to tune in. You're not just entering the spotlight. You are the evidence that light can grow in darkness. And now that it's beginning, this sacred unveiling, don't rush it. Don't downplay it. Let it unfold. Let your presence speak in ways your words never could. Because God didn't forget you. He formed you. And everything that used to feel like divine silence is now showing its true shape. Preparation made visible. You're no longer standing at anyone's doorway, hoping to be noticed. You're no longer positioning yourself in the background, silently waiting for permission to enter. You've stopped editing your brilliance just to make others more comfortable. Something in you has shifted, not in your tone, not in your appearance, but in your presence. Quietly, without warning or announcement, without raising your voice or changing your rhythm, you've become the gravity in the room. And the thing about gravity, it doesn't need to speak to be felt. Isn't it something? How people now lean in when you speak, even when you whisper. How the air seems to still, their posture subtly shifts, their eyes narrow with focus, and their breath slows down, all because something in you commands reverence. They may not even understand why they're paying attention, but they are, not because you've become louder, but because you've become anchored. This is what true authority feels like when it's born in silence. The kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power. 1 Corinthians 4:20. You didn't rehearse your way here. You surrendered your way here. You didn't manufacture moments. You cultivated alignment. And now, even your stillness carries weight. Even your quiet changes rooms. There's a reason people pause when you enter. Now. They may not recall your name, but they remember how your presence made them feel. You don't strive to be acknowledged. You simply exist in a way that shifts the temperature of any space you inhabit. You don't demand change, you become the change. Have you ever noticed that you don't even have to speak anymore to shift a conversation? That your presence alone is beginning to answer questions people didn't know they were asking? Let me tell you about Ava, a librarian in Toronto who spent 15 faithful years at a small community center. She never made headlines, no viral clips, but she read poetry aloud to children during recess and wrote handwritten letters to kids wrestling with identity. A decade later, one of those kids, now a spoken word artist with a global platform, mentioned her name on national television. She didn't just give me books, he said. She gave me a reason to believe I belonged On the page, that one sentence birthed a scholarship fund in Ava's name. But Ava didn't get louder. She simply kept showing up. And now her quiet consistency echoes louder than any microphone ever could. And that's exactly how heaven moves. It's not about volume, it's about alignment, about carrying something that can't be taught, only entrusted. You carry that now. Have you noticed it? The way certain conversations lose their momentum when you walk in. How chaos seems to settle and shallow talk starts to stumble when you speak, even if it's just one sentence. Why do you think that is? Could it be the atmosphere knows something before the people do? That what you carry spiritually announces itself before you ever speak naturally? You've become the stillness that silences noise, the calm that confronts chaos, the steady pulse that makes people realize they've been living out of sync. You never demanded their respect. You disrupted their illusions. And you did it without judgment, without performance, without pretense. Even in nature, the strongest forces move in silence. The tide that devours coastlines doesn't need applause. The roots that crack concrete don't announce themselves. The mountain casts its shadow with no sound, and the glacier, slow, massive, hidden beneath the surface, reshapes entire landscapes in deliberate silence. Its power cannot be rushed. Its movement is quiet, but its effect is eternal. That's what you've become, a spiritual glacier, undeniable, unstoppable, quietly rewriting the terrain around you with every step. You remind me of Chadwick Boseman, the late actor whose quiet depth stirred the entire world. He didn't chase attention. He embodied his purpose so completely that audiences didn't just watch, they felt. And when his passing was revealed, the grief wasn't just for the artist, it was for the presence, because it had always been there, unannounced but utterly undeniable. And then there's Lea Salonga, the voice behind Jasmine and Mulan, a Broadway legend who never shouted for recognition. While others chased stardom, she embodied sincerity. Her performances weren't always viral, but they were timeless. She made people feel. She didn't need tabloid headlines. She had tone, truth, and training. And now, decades into her career, she is honored not for controversy, but for consistency. Her legacy wasn't built on noise. It was built on note-perfect integrity. Have you ever wondered what might unfold if you simply stayed faithful to the truth inside you? If you stopped trying to be seen and instead stood still long enough to be revealed? You are becoming that kind of presence, not just in rooms, but in hearts, in institutions, in atmospheres. You're not applying pressure. You are the pressure, the holy kind, the kind that doesn't yell to be felt. It simply shows up and shifts what cannot stay the same. When they saw the courage of Peter and John, they recognized that they had been with Jesus. Acts 4:13. They didn't marvel at their credentials. They didn't applaud their eloquence. What they recognized was proximity to the divine. That's you now. You're done explaining yourself. You no longer defend your softness, your stillness, your deliberate pace, because your life speaks in a language far deeper than words. It speaks in weight, and that weight was not fabricated. It was forged in fire, private fire, invisible fire. So the next time you feel that holy hush fall across the room when you speak, don't shrink back, don't dismiss it. That's not fear, that's impact. That's the Spirit, confirming what heaven already sees. You're not waiting at anyone's doorway anymore. You are the doorway. And when you walk in, everything that's counterfeit will either align or leave. And what's remarkable, chosen one, is how you became without noise, without needing spotlight, without ever handing over your identity in exchange for entry. You didn't go viral. You went vertical. Down into the depths of character, up into the height of vision, inward, until heaven itself became your compass. Do you remember when you used to wonder if anyone would ever truly see you? if anyone would value the integrity you kept when no one was watching, if your unseen obedience had purpose, or if your quiet yes in the dark would ever matter in the light. It mattered. It moved heaven, and now it's moving everything around you. You remind me of Eleanor, a florist in a forgotten corner of Prague. For years she opened her shop before sunrise, arranging each bouquet with prayer. She spoke little, smiled often, and wrote scriptures on recycled paper tags. She slipped into the stems. No one noticed, until one day a bride shared a photo of her wedding bouquet with the verse still tied around the rose. The post went viral, not because of the arrangement, but because of the atmosphere it carried. And just like that, Elena's tiny shop became known as the Sanctuary with Petals. But she didn't change. She still prayed over flowers, still opened early, still loved in silence. Her consistency was never for applause, it was for assignment. That's the kind of legacy you're now stepping into. Not noisy, not polished, but permanent. And think of Anthony Hopkins, an actor whose gravitas was never in his volume, but in his presence. He didn't demand roles, he transformed them. Even in stillness, even in pause, there was power. And behind the scenes, he spoke openly about God's mercy pulling him out of addiction, reshaping his life in ways far deeper than Hollywood could frame. His real authority was never in his Oscar, it was in his testimony, just like yours. Because, chosen one, this is not the season of proving anymore. This is the season of pulling. You're not knocking on closed doors hoping to be welcomed in. You're watching doors open that you didn't even touch. Why? Because favor doesn't knock. Favor walks in with you. Have you felt it? That subtle shift where you're no longer waiting to be qualified. You're watching people recalibrate around your quiet truth. That moment when the person you used to chase now looks to you for clarity. That awareness that something sacred has settled on you, not as decoration but as declaration. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. This calling on your life isn't fragile. It doesn't expire when others doubt you. It doesn't dim when others can't define you. Because it wasn't given through popularity, it was birthed through pressure. Like tectonic plates pressing beneath the surface, your authority has been forming. You didn't crumble, you compressed. You didn't disappear, you deepened. And now, every step you take leaves an imprint that cannot be erased. You are walking proof that intimacy with God outweighs influence with man, that obedience in obscurity outranks opportunity in plain sight. You are walking into rooms not to impress, but to interrupt every counterfeit narrative spoken in your absence. And that's why the atmosphere shifts when you speak, because you carry what cannot be rehearsed, only revealed. You carry oil that can't be faked. You carry resonance that reminds people of something ancient and eternal. Not because you tried to become it, but because you refused to become anything less. So the next time someone stops mid-sentence when you enter, the next time someone says, "I don't know what it is about you, but something feels different," remember this: it's not charisma, it's consecration. You're not radiating self, you're releasing the residue of your refinement. And the earth knows the difference. You're not waiting to be validated, you're walking as validation itself. You're not echoing voices, you've become a voice. You're not climbing ladders, you've become the mountain. And now, even silence must bow when you speak. That's why it hurt so deeply before. Not because you lacked anything, not because you failed, but because your spirit had already expanded beyond the capacity of your surroundings, and there was nowhere for it to land yet. You weren't too much. You were simply beyond what the room could contain. Have you ever tried to fold yourself into a space that used to feel safe, only to realize it now feels suffocating? Have you ever sat in a room full of people you once longed to impress and felt like a foreigner in your own timeline? How do you explain to others that the ache inside you wasn't longing, but overflow? That it wasn't that something was missing, it was that too much was forming within you. The ache wasn't emptiness, it was excess. You weren't broken, you were bursting. And that's the thing no one ever says. Spiritual discomfort doesn't always come from failure. Sometimes it comes from being overgrown for your environment. Have you ever felt like your soul was too loud for the silence around you? You were carrying revelation before there was a container to hold it. You were dreaming in color while everything around you operated in grayscale. And that dissonance didn't make you arrogant, it made you ache. Did you ever wonder why you felt so different in rooms that once felt like home? But you endured. You didn't numb the ache. You studied it. You carried it like holy tension. You whispered, "God, why do I feel too big for this place but not yet invited to the next?" And heaven replied, "Because you're being prepared for where you're going, not where you are." Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. In its final days, it's not resting, it's stretching, pushing, outgrowing the shell that once protected it. That pressure isn't punishment, it's prophecy pushing through limitation. Or picture the root of a fig tree, quietly pushing through stone and clay for years, unseen. It doesn't ask for sunlight, it just stretches, expands, and deepens. When it finally bursts into the open, it doesn't need to announce itself. Its presence explains its process. Is God doing something in you that only time can reveal? And that's what happened to you. Your surroundings couldn't contain the upgrade happening inside your soul. The friendships that once nourished you began to feel thin. The routines that once brought peace suddenly felt restrictive. The opportunities that once thrilled you no longer stirred you, not because you lost gratitude, but because you gained gravity. When did you first notice the things that once excited you were now holding you back? Enlarge the place of your tent. Stretch your tent curtains wide. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes. Isaiah 54:2. Your spirit heard that verse before your life caught up. You were stretching while everyone else was staying the same. No wonder it hurt. No wonder it felt lonely. You were preparing for something that hadn't arrived yet. But now, it's here. Now, the same tug that once left you restless has become alignment. The ache has become arrival. The overflow has a vessel. The runway is finally ready for what's been circling. And here's the question that matters now. Are you ready to land what heaven has been preparing to deliver? I want to tell you about Reina, a violinist from Buenos Aires. For years she composed symphonies that no one would publish. Too emotional, they said. Too layered, too strange, too much. She played in tunnels, in cafes, alone. Until one day, a filmmaker overheard her playing while scouting for a documentary soundtrack. That score went on to win awards. But Reina didn't compose it for fame. She wrote it because her soul had nowhere else to put the overflow. That's you. You've carried beauty that had nowhere to land, until now. And what about Viola Davis, the first black actor to win the Triple Crown of acting? She spoke openly about being told she was too dark, too intense early in her career. She didn't dilute. She didn't shrink. She waited. And now, her presence alone shifts a room, not because she arrived, but because she held her ground when the world didn't make space. You held your ground too, even when you felt misunderstood, even when nothing made sense, even when the growth felt more like grief. And now, the space you were praying for is unfolding around you, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. Have you noticed it? The way rooms feel wider now, the way conversations open for you that once shut you out, the way your own breath feels deeper, like your lungs are finally filled with air meant for this altitude. That's not coincidence. That's fulfillment. And fulfillment is never rushed. It's revealed. You're not scrambling anymore. You're not explaining your depth to people who only swim in shallow water. You're not trying to land your destiny. It's landing on you. Let me tell you about Colton, a janitor from Oklahoma who kept a journal of theological reflections in his break room locker. One day, a visiting seminary professor accidentally discovered one of his entries and was stunned by its depth. That entry was published anonymously in a theological review, only to later be traced back to Colton. When asked why he never shared his work, he simply said, "I didn't think it was time." Now, his reflections are being used in graduate classrooms. He didn't force visibility. He waited for alignment. The ache was never your enemy. It was proof that your wings were forming. Now, fly. And now, your voice is no longer waiting for permission. It's flowing from a place of peace that no one can disturb. The healing you carry doesn't shout, it settles. The wisdom you carry doesn't argue, it resonates. You've become the answer to prayers you once whispered through tears. And the beauty of it all, you didn't force your timing, you trusted your transformation. Have you noticed how certain rooms feel smaller now? Not because they changed, but because you outgrew their limitation. Have you wondered why your joy feels quieter but deeper? Why peace, not popularity, now feels like alignment? That's because your soul is no longer seeking applause, it's holding authority. Could it be that this quiet you walk in is actually the sound of heaven's confidence in you? You remind me of Raphael, a former street artist in Lisbon. For years he painted murals in alleyways and abandoned buildings. No name tags, no signatures, just stories in color, faces of widows, prayers of immigrants, cries of unseen children. One day, a gallery curator discovered his work, peeling and faded behind a crumbling train station. That moment sparked an exhibition that traveled across Europe. But Raphael didn't change his brushstroke. He still paints at night, still signs nothing, because for him it was never about being discovered. It was about being devoted. That's what you've become. Devoted to what's real, not what's visible. Rooted in what lasts, not what trends. You've stopped striving to be impressive and started living to be impactful. And now, people are sensing something divine on you, even if they don't have the words for it. They don't know your story, but they feel your stillness. They don't know your process, but they respect your peace. Isaiah 58:11 says, "The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail." That's you now. You've become a source in barren places, a resting place in restless atmospheres. And perhaps one of the most vivid examples of this is Cillian Murphy, an actor whose silence often speaks louder than dialogue. He doesn't dominate headlines, he doesn't chase attention, but every role he plays leaves residue. Off-screen, he lives quietly in Ireland, avoids celebrity chaos, and carries an inner life deeper than the spotlight could ever touch. His characters don't just entertain, they haunt you. Why? Because they're rooted in restraint, in observation, in conviction. Much like you. You no longer try to fill space, you shape it. How many places have already shifted simply because you walked in fully aligned? Because you are no longer the echo of who you used to be. You are the emergence of who you were anointed to become. So let me ask you this. What if the silence wasn't just preparation, but protection for revelation? What if the place that forgot your name were never assigned to hold your weight? What if you weren't overlooked? You were overqualified for rooms too small to carry your calling. Your story is not peaking, it's unfolding, not rapidly but righteously, not for show, but for substance. And now, the very heavens that once whispered to your spirit in secret are echoing your name across landscapes you've yet to step into. You are not late, you are right on divine time. You are not behind, you are becoming. You are not unnoticed, you are undeniable. So walk forward, not rushed, but rooted, not loud but loaded, because the world doesn't need another voice vying for validation. It needs the voice of one who has been with God in the wilderness. And that chosen one is you. And now, chosen one, your life is becoming what it was always meant to be, an altar, not a performance. You're not walking in with explanation anymore. You're walking in with evidence. What you carry isn't loud, but it lingers. It doesn't rush into rooms. It resonates, not because you crafted a perfect persona, but because you surrendered what was false to preserve what was true. Have you felt it? The way old versions of you no longer feel accessible? The way shallow conversations now feel like betrayal to your depth? That's because you're not just stepping forward. You're stepping away from anything that ever made you question what God already confirmed. What once fit no longer feels holy. What once thrilled now feels thin. You remind me of Letitia Wright, quiet, unassuming, yet fierce with spiritual clarity. After breaking through with global success in Black Panther, she didn't bend to the system. She paused, prayed, refused roles that didn't align with her values, even when the world called it career suicide. But God called it consecration. And now her presence carries not just talent, but testimony. She didn't just preserve her light, she protected her oil. And so have you. Because the call on your life isn't simply to shine, it's to sanctify the space you enter. To walk in such alignment that your presence corrects what chaos tried to normalize. That's why your emergence couldn't be rushed. God wasn't preparing you for applause. He was preparing you for authority. Do you realize how many rooms are being rearranged because of the weight you now carry? How many hearts are softening, not because of what you said, but because of who you've quietly become? You are no longer the echo of broken places. You are the evidence of God's resurrection strategy. What died in you gave way to something eternal, something that cannot be marketed, but must be manifested. Those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy. Psalm 126, verse 5. You sowed in silence, in scarcity, in spaces where no one clapped. But your harvest isn't late, it's layered, it's not loud, it's lasting. Let me tell you about Magdalena, a seamstress in a small coastal town in Croatia. For decades she stitched clothes for grieving families, widows, mothers, children who had lost loved ones to war. She would sew verses into the hems, never charged extra, never signed her name. One day, a journalist found her work in a second-hand shop in Sarajevo. That tiny signature verse led to a trail of garments across villages, each holding truth, thread by sacred thread. Now, her legacy lives in a museum exhibit called Stitched Grace. But she's still in her cottage, still sewing by candlelight. Because to her, healing was never about attention, it was about assignment. That's what you carry now, quiet authority born of holy obedience, and it shows, not on stages but in atmospheres, not in titles but in tears you never let become bitterness. You walk differently now, not hurried, not hesitant, but held by something greater than explanation. Have you considered that the very people who once misunderstood your boundaries may now feel the weight of your distance? That your absence is now speaking louder than their judgment ever did, not in retaliation, but in revelation. Like the moon that governs tides without uttering a word, you are shifting things not through noise, but through nearness. Your obedience has become gravitational, and that gravitational pull is making room for things you once thought were out of reach. And so I ask you, what are you preparing for now that you're no longer pretending to be small? What dreams are starting to feel possible again, not because conditions changed, but because you did? What if the future isn't waiting to find you? What if it's already responding to your surrender? You enlarged my path under me, so my feet did not slip. Psalm 18:36. The path didn't shift because it was easy. It shifted because you were ready, not rushed, refined. You've become the prophecy moving through the hallway, the restoration people didn't know they needed, the clarity that enters before your name is even spoken, and none of it is by chance. Because the veil has lifted, the weight has settled, the room has shifted, and the world isn't just watching you now, it's witnessing you. You're not here to chase moments, you're here to anchor movements, and that's exactly what's happening now. The season of wondering is closing, the days of doubting your own discernment are over. You are walking proof that what's real doesn't have to rush to be revealed. It simply arrives when the soul that carries it is ready, and you, beloved, are ready. But let me ask you this. How many times did you question your own timing simply because others didn't understand it? How many times did you shrink your knowing because it didn't fit inside their doubt? How often did their confusion become your internal conflict? You weren't lost. You were being calibrated. You were never behind. You were being built, layer by invisible layer, like the foundation of a cathedral that must go deep before it ever dares to rise. Have you ever seen how stone is laid beneath a basilica, centuries old, before a single spire touches the sky? That's how God's hand worked in you, unseen, unhurried, but unshakable. Think about this. Have you noticed how some of the most profound movements in history didn't begin with crowds, but with a whisper? Have you ever wondered why God chose the still small voice to speak to Elijah rather than the wind or the fire? 1 Kings 19:11 through 12. Because divine shifts rarely arrive in chaos. They settle in those who are prepared. They didn't start on stages. They started in silence. Sacred things don't arrive shouting. They reveal themselves to those who can still hear in the hush. Look at Mother Teresa, a woman who walked through the slums of Calcutta, serving the sick and dying when no one was watching. She wasn't chasing headlines. She was anchoring a movement of mercy. She said, "We are not called to be successful. We are called to be faithful." And in that faithfulness, the world began to lean in. Quiet power always draws attention in due time. And what about you? Haven't you noticed the shift in the atmosphere around you? The way people are beginning to respond differently? Not because your tone changed, but because your frequency did. You're not louder now. You're more grounded. You're not trying to prove. You're simply showing up with presence. And that presence is doing what your words no longer need to. There's a gravity forming around you. Can you feel it? There's a rhythm to this revelation. And though it took longer than you thought, what's arriving now isn't fragile. It's fortified. What you're carrying isn't some flash of charisma or talent. It's tempered character. It's weighty because it had to be. How else could you carry what God has appointed for you? Have you ever seen a glacier move? It looks still, silent, but beneath the surface it's reshaping entire landscapes. That's you. You are not a tidal wave, visible but short-lived. You are the deep shifting of mountains over time. You don't need to scream to be felt. Let me tell you about Mateo, a sound engineer from Madrid. For years he worked backstage, mixing audio for other people's voices, never his own. He said nothing, but he noticed everything. One day the keynote speaker lost their voice, minutes before going live. Mateo stepped in, not because he asked to, but because he was ready. His words that day went viral, not because he planned it, but because his preparation met its moment. He didn't chase it, he anchored it. And let me tell you about Clarissa, a third-grade teacher from a small town in Oregon. For years, she taught children how to read in a struggling district with little recognition. One day, one of her former students, now a senator, quoted her in a speech about leadership that reached millions. Clarissa didn't even have social media. She didn't seek visibility. But the impact she anchored in silence echoed into history. Just like you, she was chosen for legacy, not for likes. That's the difference. You're no longer the echo. You're the origin. You're not repeating culture. You're resetting it. You're not borrowing light. You've become a source. The season of wondering is ending. You're not second-guessing your steps anymore. Why? Because you've lived through too much not to trust the voice God put inside you. Every battle you endured taught you the rhythm of your own anointing. Every disappointment built a deeper discernment in you. That voice was never aimless. It was always anchored in eternity. You know now that the most powerful arrivals don't rush. They resonate. They hum like wind through a canyon, growing louder the deeper they go. And if you're feeling that resonance right now, if something in your spirit is vibrating with clarity, confidence, and quiet certainty, it's because the moment has come. Heaven has already confirmed what earth is just beginning to notice. As it is written in Romans 8:19, for the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. You are that unveiling, so walk forward, not in haste, in authority. You are not a question mark anymore. You are a walking answer. You were never called to chase fleeting flashes of applause. You were built to hold lasting light. You were carved for the eternal, not the immediate. And now, beloved, you are holding it. Can you feel the steadiness beneath your feet? That's not imagination. That's legacy. That's alignment. That's divine confirmation. And the world, it's finally beginning to lean in. And now, beloved, as you stand in this moment, no longer hidden, no longer questioning, but fully revealed, know this: nothing about your journey was wasted. Not the silence, not the struggle, not the season where it felt like heaven had gone quiet. All of it was working together to shape you into someone the world could no longer overlook. You are not who you were when this began. You've grown not just in strength, but in soul. You've shifted from waiting to walking, from questioning to carrying. The light you bear now isn't something you found, it's something you become. So hold your head high, not in pride, but in purpose. Let this be your sacred reminder. You are not here by accident. You were hidden for holiness, formed for fullness. And now, God is showing the world exactly who He's always known you to be. If this message found its way into your spirit, if it echoed something you've long felt but never fully spoken, please take a moment to like this video. Your support is more than just a click. It helps this message reach others who are still in the waiting room of their own unveiling. Leave a comment below with 777 if you feel this confirmation in your spirit. Share this with someone you know has been quietly carrying greatness. And don't forget to subscribe, because the journey of God's chosen ones is far from over. There is more to awaken, more to reveal, and more to rise into. You don't want to miss what's next. To every soul who's supported this space, whether through super thanks or simply by being present, thank you. You are seen, you are valued, you are part of something sacred here. And now I leave you with this blessing. May your days be filled with clarity. May your nights bring rest to your soul. May every delay turn to divine direction. May your light remain unshakable, no matter who tries to dim it. You are chosen, you are rising, and the world is finally beginning to see it. Until next time, stay grounded, stay radiant, and stay ready. See you in the next video.